Media Group station, live from the Comcast Business Studios. 97.5, The Fanatic. John Kincade, Andrew Salciunas. This is Kincade and Salciunas. 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
The first thing John said to me this morning when I walked in was, well, that was fun, wasn't it? I said, no, it wasn't fun. Just the result was fun. A freaking incredible game from Tyrese Maxey. The series is still alive. We get to have another day of high blood pressure. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
This is Kincade and Salciunas.
If Howie Roseman covets a guy, you go get your guy. I'm not going to lose sleep over it.
There's some in the fan base that are very much of the belief that clock is ticking. I couldn't look at it more opposite. I think this team has a window.
Kincade and Salciunas. John Kincade, Andrew Salciunas.
97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
And a good Wednesday morning, Philadelphia. I'm Andrew Salciunas alongside my man, John Kincade. Johnny, no, I did not have fun last night.
I did, but I get you. I understand it. It seems like a lot in the audience did not have a lot of fun with it last night until the end.
Until the end when the
and then
Sixers
it got fun.
Win it, man. Oh, my God. Tyrese Maxey. What you said yesterday toward the end of the show, John, you wanted to see something, and it wasn't the big man stepping up. You wanted to see Tyrese Maxey step up, and you absolutely got your freaking wish.
Number one thing I wanted to see last night. That was it. That was that because I knew that Joel Embiid's history in big closeout games, I wasn't expecting a lot because I've sort of said I'm not going to get back on that train and expect him to carry them. And what Tyrese Maxey did last night was say, I hope you were watching. Hope everybody was watching. Because on the biggest stage at the biggest time, the kid came through in spades. It was awesome.
46 points for Tyrese Maxey, 9 assists, 5 rebounds in 52 minutes. Of
course,
that
might be the biggest thing.
If you weren't watching the game last night, the game went to overtime. I don't know what you were watching. The game goes to overtime. The Sixers win 112-106. They force a game 6, which will be tomorrow night at the Wells Fargo Center. You win that one. You force a game 7. It goes back to New York. All of a sudden, this series is still alive. There was a lot of things to celebrate from last night. There will be some things that we will be critical about last night. You mentioned the big man, Joel Embiid. Not a good game yesterday. It is okay. We can put our big boy pants on and point out when somebody has a bad game when you expect a lot out of that player.
Are we allowed? I just want to make sure. Is it hating?
No. We
just
should
want to make sure
be
it's not
able
hating.
to point out that Joel Embiid having 9 turnovers absolutely cannot happen.
Yes.
And it looked like, to your point, that it was going to be another disappointing game from the best player in the biggest moment in an elimination game. But what I want to do first is celebrate what the hell happened last night and celebrate Tyrese Maxey, who just goes off and hits 2 major threes in the final seconds of the fourth quarter. The second one, which sends it to overtime just inside half court.
What did you think of it? And it's Nick Nurse talks about it. Is after the game, the shot selection at that point. He said that's one of the options. What Tyrese Maxey did. And Tyrese Maxey talks about the fact that he wasn't aggressive enough in Game 4. He wasn't doing the things that he needed to do. When he launched that shot, I'll say it flat out. When he put up that shot, it was one of those ones where I'm like, what are you?
And then it goes in.
It was, what are you was coming out of my mouth and stopped because I was just dumbfounded.
I didn't say anything until it went in. Because, look,
unbelievable.
NBA range now is half court, right? Like Dame Lillard pulls up from half court like it's normal.
I worried though later in the game because he was so tired. He was so beaten up and so tired. He took 3 shots in the fourth quarter last night. He took 3 shots that ended him on his back
as
he drove the lane. And I said, I love that style of basketball. I love the physical basketball.
Well, this is when you start understanding the Allen Iverson comparisons. He's not Allen Iverson.
No, he's
all
not.
right, Allen Iverson is one of the greatest players in Sixers history. First ballot Hall of Famer, right? Unanimous, right? No,
Absolutely.
He was a Hall of Famer. Tyrese Maxey still has a lot to do in order to even come close to touching what Allen Iverson was able to accomplish in his career, and not just in Philadelphia, but everything. But Tyrese Maxey, when you start getting those comparisons of not afraid to go through, go into the lane, aggressive, and also not afraid for contact. That one shot where he gets blocked, I think DiVincenzo got the block, but it was him and OG Anunoby that went up for the block. Maxey gets thrown to the ground, lands on his back, and pops right up.
He ends up flat in his back.
Yeah.
And to me, the fearlessness, it's so funny is that when you talk about Allen Iverson, the number one word that I would use for him in his career was fearless.
Right.
I saw a fearless Maxey last night in two different ways. The fearlessness of physical contact, he doesn't give a flip. He stood up to it last night. But more importantly, the fearlessness of the moment.
Yeah.
He had such poise and such guts. And I said to you yesterday, I want to see Tyrese Maxey with the guts of a burglar.
In the fourth quarter yesterday, here's his stat line. Oh, my God. And then we're going to play a clip from Tyrese Maxey. That aggressiveness that you talked about, he talked about it last night. Tyrese Maxey in the fourth quarter plays every second, plays all 12 minutes, 6 of 7 from the field, 4 of 4 from 3, 17 points, also dished out 3 assists, grabbed a rebound, missed a couple of free throws, which we'll talk about later on because that was a scary moment in the game.
That was scary.
But he goes out, he's basically unconscious. He misses 1 field goal attempt, is perfect from the three-point line, including those 2 threes late in the game. And here he is after the game last night, and I love that he came to this realization, and I love that he knows that he can do this now. And I think it's also important for Joel Embiid to realize that Tyrese Maxey can do this, because sometimes you do need another player to step up, especially when this is supposed to be the Batman and Robin of the Sixers team, and Maxey proved that he could do that last night. Here's Tyrese Maxey talking about his aggressiveness in the fourth quarter last night compared to other games this series.
Yeah, I just remember the last fourth quarter, I wasn't in rhythm. I didn't play well. I wasn't aggressive. And I refused to let that happen, this time. And I came out aggressive, from the as soon as the fourth quarter started, as soon as we got the ball, I was going out there aggressive. And being aggressive doesn't mean shooting every single time. It just means making a play every single time you have the ball, being aggressive, being a threat to score. So that was that. And then I just missed those 3 free throws, man. I'm going to give a quick shout out to Buddy Hield, because I was on the bench, and I was really upset. I was really upset with myself. I missed 3 free throws, turned the ball over, and Buddy Hield just kind of grabbed me and said, listen, dude, you know what you can do. Go out there, make up for it. And I really do appreciate Buddy for that, man. I know it's going to go unnoticed, but it was big time for him.
Shout out to you,
awesome.
Buddy Hield.
That was great.
Shout out to you, Buddy Hield, the most impactful trade at the deadline.
Oh, yeah. I love the poise. Yeah, good psychologist. I love the poise. The poise and the confidence is what I see. I challenge any Sixers fan. Tell me the last time in a closeout game, season on the line, that you saw a performance that even comes relatively in your brain close to what you saw from Maxey. I mean, even something that was you'd say was a great performance by a Sixer with everything on the line.
No, you can't think of one.
You got to go back to 2019 against Toronto. That game was pretty awesome.
Yes, it was.
Till the quadruple doink.
Right.
It was, but to watch Maxey do that, to me, that is it's the number one thing. It's the last thing we said yesterday. Number one thing I wanted to see, and Tyrese Maxey puts a smile on every Philadelphia 76ers fan waking up today.
So a great game out of Tyrese Maxey, a great fourth quarter, the savior of the season. I mean, let's face it, the season is still alive. They didn't win the series, right? So it's not like they're going to the next round. They're not ready to take on the winner of the Pacers-Bucks series. They still need to handle their business in this series. But the season is dead and over with if Tyrese Maxey does not play the way that he does, let alone all game. But in the fourth quarter, if he doesn't play the way that he does in the fourth quarter, this season is over. So thank you to Tyrese Maxey for giving us another day to celebrate, another day to talk Sixers basketball in a positive way, and not coming in here and doing the obituary show.
I said to you yesterday, the last thing I said to you, I don't want to do tomorrow's show.
Right.
We're walking outside, and I said to Andrew, I'm like, I don't want to do tomorrow's show. I'm not ready to do the let's put everything in the crapper. Let's talk about. I want to hear about at least some hope. there's a lot of hope, and there has to be some doubt in the Knicks locker room of what went down last night.
Has to be, because look, the Sixers were on the other side of that a couple of times.
The game two?
Whereas the Knicks won, closing seconds, some incredible shots go their way. This Knicks finally got punched in the mouth when it came to that. And now there might be some doubt, because they might be thinking, we've now been outplayed in New York 3 times. Right? The Sixers outplayed New York in games 1 and 2. Not out-hustled, not out-efforted or whatever.
Absolutely.
I'm saying outplayed. The Sixers outplayed the Knicks in games 1 and 2 in New York. They won last night in New York. I guarantee you there are some tight you-know-whats going into Game 6 tomorrow where they go, we have to handle our business now, because they are not afraid of Madison Square Garden.
And we saw it, though. And it was one of the things where yesterday I wasn't confident they were going to win, so I'm not going to act like chesty.
I picked them to lose. At the end of the show yesterday, I picked the Sixers to lose.
I thought the Sixers would win a tight one. I didn't think again. I thought they could win the game, and I thought it could be a tight one because of what I saw in games 1 and 2 up in Madison Square Garden. I'm actually more concerned, and Connor was talking about this morning, I'm actually more concerned about what to expect in 6 back home than I was last night, because I always like a team with nothing to lose, because your season's on the line, but that swagger of, okay, we got to show something. And they showed something last night. I think everybody should be very, very Tyrese Maxey proud. And there were other guys who contributed last night in a big way.
And trust me, we will get to one specific player because, as John said before the show, it was the double bird night last night. Johan Rojas hitting a game-winning home run, and Tobias Harris having a good game last night, which we'll talk about in a second. But, look, let's put our big boy pants on for a second.
Okay.
Joel Embiid had a horrible game yesterday. Now, in overtime, he had some moments where he stepped up, hit a couple baskets, dove on the floor for a loose ball, which we have not seen out of Joel Embiid in a while. So I want to give him his credit, because he did some things late that helped them win. We have talked about Mopey and Embiid. There was a block. We've talked about Mopey and Embiid. When the game's not going well for him, he wears his emotions on his sleeves. There were moments last night where we saw Mopey and Embiid, but when it came to overtime, he got over himself and played well. So I want to give Joel Embiid his flowers for the overtime performance. But we can also put our big boy pants on and say 9 turnovers cannot happen. And we have seen in closeout games 8 turnovers, against the Hawks?
8 in Game 6 against the Hawks, 8 in Game 7 against the Hawks.
That
sloppy,
can't happen.
Lackadaisical play, and that is exactly the words that were used by Ala Al-Dunabi on the broadcast of the home team last night, saying this is unacceptable. And the passing.
Yep.
The passing a lot, like they were just, it was lackadaisical play. And Ala, I give him all the credit in the world, because many times home broadcasters will literally lick boots.
And that broadcast gets ripped a lot for it. But Al-Donabi spoke out. And look, I think he said what we were all thinking.
He's not a hater.
No, he's
for
not
saying the truth.
Now, look, Embiid, what have I talked about in the past of this series with other players like Josh Hart? Josh Hart's offensive game wasn't there in Game 4, so what did he do? He grabbed 17 rebounds.
Contributed in another way.
Last night, Joel Embiid, even though he still scored 19 points, you knew that was not his offensive game. He grabbed 16 rebounds. He dished out 10 assists. So there were things that he did to try to uplift his offensive struggles. But 9 turnovers can't happen. Normally, when you turn the ball over 9 times from a specific player, you probably lose that game. So Joel Embiid, hopefully thanking Tyrese Maxey a little bit last night. Here's Joel Embiid. We'll hear from Embiid for a little bit. Here's Embiid reacting to last night's win. This is cut 1, Connor.
Went in our favor, thanks to Tyrese Maxey. He was unbelievable, hitting big shots after big shots, especially with everything that's going on. So lots of credit to him. Tobias was amazing, throughout the whole game. He was amazing. So, all my teammates, they did their job, and, we got the win.
That was That's an Embiid I haven't heard a lot of.
It's a very mature answer.
It's also a very let's give praise to the people who deserve it, Embiid. A lot of times his quotes are all I. He was really good. That's a really good summation of what went on.
Ask yourself, how often is it not him?
Right.
Well,
or
it's
at
so
least
much
him-centric.
Usually is
but in
him.
big game, in big games, and big moments when things haven't gone right. A lot of times it's otherwise. That was the celebration last night.
Well, they won.
Right.
If they lost, who knows what that conversation is?
But I'm optimistic that was a more mature, ready for the moment.
Here's another clip from Joel Embiid. And this is another mature answer because he realizes last night's win did not win them the series, right? It keeps them alive. Here he is talking about it being one more win, and also he does talk about his own play.
He's only one, so we just gotta, keep, going and, pray that, we gonna, be much better. But I think we still haven't played our best basketball, especially. I don't think we've combined, all of us, to play our best basketball. So I'm hoping that, I was terrible. I'm hoping that I can be better, and we're gonna be fine.
He says I was terrible.
I love that answer because it's the truth.
It is
and
the
he
truth.
wasn't terrible in one of the two games in New York. He wasn't terrible. He was outstanding in Game 3.
Yeah.
He had a game like Maxey had last night in Game 3. So you can acknowledge the great things that he's done, and
Absolutely.
you can acknowledge the crappy performances. And Joel Embiid shut down everybody who wants to come throw rocks at people who critique last night. He said it himself. He was terrible.
Yeah.
And it was a terrible
And that's why I
performance.
say we can put our big boy pants on and point out that he had a bad game last night.
And we don't.
Well,
It just seems like you're just ripping Embiid. It's terrible. He admits it. He was terrible.
No, he was terrible last
Look,
night.
he owned it. And by the way, I applaud him for owning it.
Yes.
Because nobody complained when he was getting flowers and bouquets for earlier performances in the series. It was terrible llast night. He owned it. I respect the hell out of that response.
And now let's see Game 6 tomorrow night. Maybe cut down the turnovers. I don't need a 50-point performance. Give me 35, a clean game.
I love the fact that he says we haven't played our best game yet. It was something subtle, and he mentioned it a couple times in his quotes. I really do believe that parts of the game have clicked.
Right.
But there are some of it has not come through yet. Wow.
And I think part of that is playing the Knicks. The Knicks
they muck it up.
I told you before the series started, it was going to be a ugly, dirty series. I think I picked the Sixers to win in 6. If they win the series, it has to be in 7.
Correct.
Look, it's the Knicks are a tough team to play. They might not be the most talented bunch, but they are well coached. They are coached to the brink. Let's see if that burns them out at some point in the playoffs. They play a lot of minutes. They play a lot of physical minutes, and that might burn out a player at some point. Not mentally like, oh, screw you, Tom Thibodeau. Like physically, it might burn them out at some point, but it also makes things difficult for the opposition. And you could tell that it's made things difficult for the Sixers in this series because I think everyone can agree the Sixers are the more talented team in the series, and sometimes talent doesn't prevail. But, man, if they do click in certain areas of their game, Game 6 tomorrow night, hopefully you can force a Game 7.
Brunson's absurd. He is such a
he's
such an amazing player to watch.
I never saw that coming, man.
That turnover late in the game, though, when he just threw it away.
Into the crowd, yeah.
That was something that – and they did 2 of their last 3 possessions. They threw it away.
Yeah.
Unforced errors. And to me, that was either Sixers defense, fatigue, or sloppiness on their part.
Not everyone's going to play a perfect game every single night.
Well, these 2 teams will not.
No.
Let's put it that way.
Because these 2 teams will not. Because the 2 of them are gritty basketball teams, and the Knicks make it hard for you. And look, that's why it's now going into Game 6. All right.
So excited.
Tobias Harris.
Absolutely.
Great game last night.
Spectacular game.
I point out Tobias Harris's shortcomings all the time. Deservedly so. For a max contract player of 5 years and the half a season that they had when they traded for him when he was still with the Clippers, he has been a colossal disappointment.
Don't couch it, though. Let's get to the good stuff because you wanted to do this morning, and I think it's good that you're doing it.
I'm not afraid to point out that I am a guy who is very critical of a guy that I expect to at least contribute in big games.
And you speak what the majority of Sixers fans feel.
I think I would say every Sixers fan feels because that's the way we should look at it. Tobias Harris last night stepped up. He scores 19 points last night, grabs 8 boards, shot the ball well from 3. He shot 50% from 3. And the thing that I appreciated the most out of Tobias Harris, He finishes with the first half, 10 points, 2 rebounds, 2 of 4 from 3. The thing that happens all the time with Tobias Harris is he might have a nice stat line in the first quarter or the first half of a game, and then you don't hear from him the rest of the night. The second half, 7 points, 5 rebounds, 1 of 2 from 3. Almost identical numbers in the second half, more rebounds in the second half. He stepped up in a night when Joel Embiid clearly was not playing well offensively. Obviously, last night was the Tyrese Maxey show, right? It was the Maxey show. But you need a secondary option every once in a while, and Tobias Harris was that last night. He deserves his flowers today.
He may be the best defensive player in this series. If you take Embiid, who is just a force.
I don't.
I got to tell you, other than Embiid,
are you saying just the Sixers, or are we saying
no, for the Sixers?
Oh, okay.
I think Kelly Oubre, by the way,
I would pick like 6 Knicks over the Sixers. Period.
Kelly Oubre's made me a believer, by the way, though, in a lot of ways.
Yeah, he's been tremendous. Nicholas Batum has been tremendous defensively when he's been out there.
Yeah.
But Tobias Harris, great game last night. Do it again in Game 6, okay? I don't think I'm asking too much to my buddy Tobias Harris. I've always said he is a good basketball player. It's just he comes up small in a lot of moments. Last night he didn't, and that should be freaking celebrated. Today will be a celebration. We would love to hear from you all day long today. Phone line, text line, 610-632-0975. Coming up next, I don't think Nick Nurse has been the greatest head coach of all time, especially in this series, but he has done 2 things that no other Sixers coach was ever willing to do. I'll tell you what those are next. It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. Salciunas on this beautiful Wednesday morning. Much easier getting up today.
It is
much,
beautiful.
much easier getting up today.
It won't be Friday morning.
Oh, well, we'll get into that because that's absolutely ridiculous. Unless they win.
Oh, if they win, it's fine.
If they win, it's easy getting up Friday morning. If they lose, screw you, NBA, and we'll talk about that later on this hour because it's a horrible schedule making. Horrible
Disgrace.
All right. So going into the break, I mentioned that Nick Nurse. I don't think he's having the greatest series of all time coaching, right?
No, but he's still doing his job.
He's making an impact. But I have seen Nick Nurse do two things that I have never seen a Sixers coach do. Earlier in these, I guess you couldn't even call it the playoffs yet, but the play-in game against the Miami Heat, he had the stones to be the first coach to realize, all right, Tobias Harris is not playing well. I'm going to sit his ass in the final 5 minutes of this fourth quarter. And remember, that was the Nico Batum show where he drops 20 and does all these things. Speaking of Nico Batum, hell of a freaking block, by the way. We didn't even talk about that in the first segment. Maxey hits the three to tie it. They still needed to play defense because the Knicks still had a chance to win it in the fourth quarter. And Batum goes one-on-one with Jalen Brunson and swats a shot into the crowd. Unreal. Anyways.
It was awesome.
Nick Nurse was the first one to say, all right, Tobias Harris, even though he's a max contract player, is not playing well. I'm going to sit his ass on the bench. Yesterday, in the fourth quarter, and I know that it wasn't for a long period of time, but yesterday in the fourth quarter, Nick Nurse sat Joel Embiid.
He did. What was it? Now, was it? I'm trying to figure out the amount of minutes because I did not look.
It was 1
early.
minute and 12 seconds.
Okay.
That's it.
But it was still a blow.
It was
and a TV timeout.
And also, there was a reason why behind it. Here is Nick Nurse after the game last night talking about sitting Joel Embiid in the fourth quarter.
Yeah. He just had a really, really, really uncharacteristic stretch of plays, right? Just like felt like we just had to grab him something and try to at least talk to him and give him a minute or two to settle down.
Notice he did not say, well, the TV timeout was coming up.
No,
so we
no.
wanted to give him an extra time to breathe.
No, we need to set him.
His reasoning that you just heard in that clip was he had uncharacteristic play, which was true.
Absolutely.
Uncharacteristic plays. We felt the need to sit him down to clear his mind a little bit. He basically told you that I put Joel Embiid on the bench because of poor play. And Nick Nurse, and I'll say Nick Nurse or any coach might not have the stones to do that. Nick Nurse did that last night. He realized, all right, Joel Embiid is having a rough stretch. Let me sit him down just to calm down. Not sit on the bench, you stink, you're done for the game. No, it was just, hey, take a breather. All right, clear your head for a little bit. And that could have helped in a big way.
And that was ballsy.
It was very, very ballsy.
And also, I liked it and even in the first quarter. First quarter of the game, I believe it was a minute 25 or a minute 30 left in the first quarter. Sixers with the lead. It ends up costing them again, but he takes him out of the game then, gets the first quarter timeout, and then keeps him off the court for 4 minutes. And when he comes back in, the game's tied.
Right.
A 9-point lead disintegrates in that time. But he said with a minute and a half to go in the first quarter, he took him out. He hasn't done that a lot.
No, he hasn't.
So, I mean, Nick Nurse is willing to try things, and he's willing to adjust. And I think that's one of the things that we complained about with Doc Rivers.
Yes, absolutely.
Is that if Doc Rivers did something in game one, he was going to do it in game four.
He had a very similar strategy every single night.
And he was going to say, I'm like almost like I'm thinking this time it's going to work.
Yep.
I admire that in a coach.
And I said this to you earlier in this series. I don't like it, and this is an NBA issue. I don't want to make a panic move. So you wait till you're down 3-0 in a series to make a move, right? Like I saw that with the Sixers and the Celtics the first time they made the playoffs post-process, right? Robert Covington was horrible in that series. Brett Brown waited until Game 4 when they were down 3-0 in the series to not start Robert Covington because, God forbid, I make a panic move when he was really bad in Game 1 or Game 2. But, no, it's when we're down 3-0 to make that change. And that's not a shot at Brett Brown. That's every NBA coach. So many NBA coaches are afraid to make what they believe is a panic move. Nick Nurse, early in this series, realized, all right, Buddy Hield is struggling. Let me give Cam Payne a chance to play. Campaign is now your guy coming off the bench, whereas Buddy Hield is a DNP coach's decision. That's something that many head coaches don't do. So I don't think Nick Nurse has been having the greatest series of all time as a head coach, X's and O's, whatever you want to call it. But he's doing things that not many coaches do, and it's willing to try things out early in a series and as the series continues. And, oh, by the way, sitting your best player in the fourth quarter for a minute and a half, not to give him a breather, but because he's struggling.
And Buddy Hield, don't forget, he not only is making that move for the good of the team, he's making that move against his general manager.
Yeah.
Who put a lot of chips on the table saying Buddy Hield's the guy, most impact guy acquired at the trade deadline. And Nick Nurse is saying, no, I can't play him.
No, I'm sure Daryl Morey's not complaining.
Well, yeah, but it still does. A lot of coaches would please their general manager.
Right. But I'm sure, I would hope that Daryl Morey, the basketball man that he is, goes, hey, good job, coach. Like, good decision. By the way, he also traded for Cameron Payne. Campaign. So it's not
I love
like,
the campaign thing.
But Daryl Morey also traded for him. So it's not like he's giving a double bird. Hey, I don't think he's doing it for trading for Buddy Hield.
I don't think he's doing that. I think he's just saying to himself, "Hey, but I can't wait to hear I can't wait for the campaign podcast. I'm looking forward to it. That impact."
Patrick Beverley did the too small celebration last night, beating
Good job,
the Pacers.
Cam.
We would love to hear from you on the phone lines or the text lines. Let me know if we have some text coming in, Connor. 610-632-0975. Today's a day where we celebrate another victory for the Sixers, and I will ask the question, are you back in? Now, you and I never left. Coming up in the 7 o'clock hour, we will get a formal apology from one Connor Thomas, but I'm very proud of Connor Thomas because of his actions on social media. I'm proud of you for your actions on social media last night. I'll explain that coming up in the 7 o'clock hour.
I think he validated me, and I appreciate that.
But are you back in? I asked the question yesterday. Are you willing to get emotionally invested in Game 5? I'm sure there were a lot of people that at one point in the fourth quarter were saying, see, this is why I didn't want to get emotionally invested. And then Tyrese Maxey hits two of the biggest shots that we have seen in a long time in the Sixers franchise history, sends them to overtime. It's an electric overtime. The Sixers get the win, and the series stays alive. I would hope that a lot of people riding this roller coaster that is Sixers fandom are back at the high point of the roller coaster.
And if they aren't, honestly,
then you just on the post.
Get the hell off. You're not a Sixers fan. You're not. You're somebody who has Sixers gear who jumps on board when things are going well. That's what you are. Because if you're not, if it doesn't, this has been a great series, though I don't think it's been great basketball at times.
No,
but it's been a great series.
If I was not a Sixers fan, I would be loving this series. It's just the fact that I'm a Sixers fan that I want to put needles in my eyes, pins and needles, because it's driving me freaking crazy. I need to have the blood pressure cuff on me at all times during a Sixers playoff game right now to make sure that I'm not about to just black out and drop dead.
It's the way it feels.
That's the way it feels. But from a basketball standpoint, this has been such a fun series to watch. The Lakers-Nuggets series that ends in 5, right? Ended in 5. That was an electric series. Even though the Lakers lose in 5, the series was great. So just because it seems one-sided in terms of the wins and losses in a series, this has been a tremendous series, and I'm now thankful that the Sixers continue it, and it continues tomorrow night at the Wells Fargo Center. What do we got in the text line there, Connor?
All right, so Sinclair checks in here. It says, Joel played terrible, but he finally played big. Knicks had 6 off the boards. Joe had 16 rebounds. That's where he needs to be his best, the backboards and effort with like 17 exclamation points.
What's his name?
Sinclair.
Sinclair. That's been my man all season long. Yep.
Sinclair, that is very good insight. Because honestly, when you're not contributing, and we talked about it earlier in the series, if somebody's not contributing, it's what we were looking for from Tobias Harris. When you're not contributing one way, make sure you're contributing another.
Right.
And to me, that's a really good observation on that. But last night was still, in Joel's words, terrible.
It was a bad game for Joel Embiid.
It was terrible.
But he did things in other areas which helped them win. In the overtime period, now this is not just Joel Embiid. Do you know what the differential in rebounds was in overtime?
5-1.
I didn't know until just looking at it. So it's not like, how do you not know this? Sixers grabbed 7 rebounds.
Wow.
The Knicks grabbed one.
I think the Knicks
That's
looked,
an effort.
I think the Knicks looked stunned
I think they did too.
in overtime.
I think they did too. When Maxey hits that shot, who was it?
Right, it was John Stewart.
I think John
On the
Stewart
sideline.
had the face of every Knicks player.
I think he's still standing there.
Yeah, he's
John
like, what's
Stewart's still.
That was
he's
awesome.
still standing. And all those fake celebrities that have now globbed back onto the Knicks.
Of
it's
course.
now become the first two row. It's celebrity row. Kiss my backside. Seriously, all of you. Oh, wow. John Stewart, big Knicks fan.
Yeah, of course, well known as a Knicks fan.
Yeah, it's great. Big Knicks fan.
But, I point out the rebound thing because I have questioned the Sixers' effort in 2 of the games this series.
For good reason.
And in those 2 games, they lost, right?
Yep.
If they just showed a little bit more effort, the series might be over today. Right? The Sixers could have won the series last night.
They could have.
Right? I mean, they're down. They're now down 3-2.
I more think, in all honesty, I more think that because it's the game 2 where they got screwed.
Right.
So to me, I more think we should have been coming home for a closeout tomorrow night.
Okay. All right. And
That's the way I look at it.
And that's totally
You're
fair.
right, though. Every game hung in the balance, but I just don't count on this team being a team that's going to close out games that hang in the balance.
I got you. Now, what's the other text we got, Connor?
This one, a first-time texter from Adam here.
Hello, Adam.
If anything, this game by Tobias just enforces our complaints. This is what he's supposed to do, and we win the game when he does it.
I hate that tweet, though. And I hate that tweet. I say, when the guy gives you, look, I just think this. Go with the lead first, then go back with your, I'm trying to reaffirm my criticism. Go with the lead first.
Great game last night, Tobias.
This season is over if Tobias Harris wasn't the second best player on the court for the Sixers last night.
Right, but is this series over if he does this for the whole series?
No. But that can come secondary. Don't do the, let me reaffirm why I hate the guy first. Lead with, the season's over if he doesn't come up with it. It frustrates the hell out of me. First thing I said to Andrew, you see that out of him and you say, even if I got that 2 of the first 4 games,
Yeah.
this series is different.
You wait until the 8:30 segment
This series
today.
is different.
When
It's-
I talk about that specifically to that texter's
It's unbelievable.
point. All right, coming up next, we continue the reaction. Would love to hear from you. Are you back on? I hope you never actually jumped off, but are you back on? And, of course, we had to put together a Maxey montage of the moments in the fourth quarter and overtime. Tyrese Maxey, I love you. I can kiss you right now, man. Speaking of the 8 o'clock hour, we have a pair of Sixers tickets to give away for tomorrow night's game. I'll tell you how next. It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Bob Cooney.
Jalen Brunson has to control the game for the year.
season on the line. Maxey's got the ball, looking to go to overtime. Maxey for a three, straight away. It's good. 8 seconds to go. He made it. Sixers tied at 97. Got to stop Brunson.
And they did stop Brunson thanks to Nico Batum swatting a shot into the crowd, dude. It's unbelievable.
That was awesome because if he took one more shot, I was going to scream offensively.
Yes.
Because he just was the gang that couldn't shoot straight. But Nico, again, a guy who comes in here and then contributes in some way.
Yeah.
At a big moment, and it was big. And I think the Knicks, once that game went to overtime, I really did think once it went to overtime, the Knicks had a look on them.
They did. Everybody in MSG had a look on it. It got dead quiet. Oh, those Knicks fans that are loud and rowdy. It got dead quiet.
I didn't think that building last night. I
thought it was rocking.
See, I texted you guys, and I'm going, I expected more on your feet, like a lot of that game, the Thunderdome, type of setup. They didn't get on their feet till the last minute and a half.
There's something we need to remember, and this might be more of a conversation for tomorrow, but they're a pretty cursed franchise too.
That's true.
They are.
They're nervous.
But they didn't give a standing, like, Citizens Bank Park in October.
Right.
I expected last night, I thought for sure MSG was going to be Citizens Bank Park in October. It was most certainly not. And they didn't stand up. Again, it was a minute and a half to go in the game, and it comes off a TV timeout. And then people are going like, come on, stand up. I was like, this is great.
Yesterday was not the first time that the Knicks fans saw a player hit a bunch of shots in very little time. I'll remind you of Reggie Miller.
One of the greatest moments in the history of basketball.
Unreal. All right, speaking of Tyrese Maxey, here is the Tyrese Maxey montage. Our man Brendan Gunn put this together. B. Gunn, our associate producer. Maxey Magic, fourth quarter and overtime.
NBA playoff basketball is on the air with the New York Knicks leading this series 3-1. They play host to the Philadelphia 76ers with that one victory back at the center in Game 3. And tonight, Game 5. And for the Sixers needing to stay alive with a win to keep their playoff hopes alive. Back to Maxey. Left wing, three-pointer, and good. Down for Tyrese Maxey. He had been 0 of 3, but he makes it an 8-2 game. Maxey out top, 5 to shoot. Driving on Hart, gets around him, right-hand scoop. Wow, what a shot by Maxey. No glass, one-hand shot. Up and good, tosses it in. He's got 7. Sixers ball, 49-41 New York. Maxey with it. Maxey driving it on the right side. Maxey down the lane, puts it up, and good at the buzzer. Sixers down 49-43. The 76ers at the half down by 6, 49-43. Maxey long 2 for the tie, and he rattles it in from the right side. Tyrese Maxey, 26 minutes, 8 of 15. He's got 19 to pace the Sixers, and that evens the ledger, 51-51. Maxey and the Sixers can take the lead. 40% shooting, 20 of 50. Here's Tyrese on a drive, and a high-arcing bank shot is good. And Tom Thibodeau again opts for time. So Maxey has catapulted the Sixers back into the lead. Maxey for 3 outside left. Bullseye. He puts it in. A crossover dribble on McBride, and he pours in a triple. Maxey 3 threes, 29 points. Sixers by 5. Yet the Sixers, they have to play pitch perfect with 4:40 to go, down 6. Embiid wants it on the wing. Maxey with a feed. Embiid catches on the near wing against Robinson. Back to Tyrese. Deep 3 by Maxey is good. Maxey nails it from outside left. Sixers got a score here. Maxey on a drive. Bangs into Brunson. Puts it up and in. And a foul on Brunson. Maxey took it upon himself. All the way into the backcourt to Maxey, who catches it. Gets a screen. Leans in. Tries to draw the foul. Shoots a 3 and makes it. And they do call the foul on Robinson. Maxey with a line drive 3. And the Sixers make it 96-93 with 25.4 to go. Sixers inbound down 3, 97-94. Season on the line. Maxey's got the ball. Looking to go to overtime. Maxey for a 3 straight away. It's good. 8 seconds to go. He made it. Sixers tied at 97. Got to stop Brunson. Brunson with the ball. Brunson driving. Brunson with a shot. It's over the backboard. Sixers knocking out of bounds. The buzzer sounds. Overtime. Maxey fist pumping. He's flexing here in New York. Tyrese Maxey keeps the Sixers season alive right in front of the celebrities. He's the star in Gotham City. I think the Sixers got to go to Maxey here. Maxey with the ball. Maxey on the right side. Backs up. Shoots a three. It's in the air. And it's good again. So another three by Maxey. Hart almost stepped over the line. They get it to McBride. 3 seconds. McBride for three. It's up. It's no good. And the Sixers keep their season alive.
Attaboy, Brendan
Yeah,
Gunn.
in the last full quarter, I wasn't in rhythm. I didn't play well. I wasn't like aggressive. I was like, and I refused to let that happen. This time, and I came out aggressive. Like from the as soon as the fourth quarter started, as soon as we got the ball, I was going out there aggressive. And being aggressive doesn't mean shooting every single time. It just means making the plays, making the play every single time you have the ball. Being aggressive, being a threat to score. Mandatory. Like we had to. Season on the line. And we fought for 53 minutes, never gave up. Even when we were down late, guys still went out there and made plays, and it was big time.
An incredible night last night for Tyrese Maxey. An incredible night for Tom McGinnis. He's just freaking amazing,
Pretty
man.
good morning for Brendan Gunn, too.
And a great morning for Brendan Gunn, our associate producer, putting that together. Thank you, B. Gunn. All right. I want to let you guys know now, and I will remind you multiple times. How many multiples was that? Like 5 or 6?
That was quite a few multiples.
At 8 o'clock today, we'll be joined by Adam Schefter, as we are every single Wednesday. We are going to play Know the Show, but today it's going to be Know the Schefter. At some point during the Adam Schefter interview, something will be said. Just take note of everything that's said during the Schefter conversation. And then at some point later on the 8 o'clock hour, we will ask a specific question. And if you get it right,
what are you doing?
You're going to the Sixers game tomorrow night at the Wells Fargo Center.
Tomorrow, late night.
Tomorrow night at 9 o'clock. We're going to rip the NBA coming up next. 9 o'clock. Are you freaking kidding me? Also, Connor, I'm very proud of you. You didn't delete your tweet last night.
Never do, baby.
Like Knicks cowards would. Connor Thomas and his formal apology coming your way next. More about the Sixers game. And are you back on board? I hope you never left. We'll talk about it next. You can climb in 610-632-0975. Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. reacting to the Sixers' victory last night against the New York Knicks, reacting to Maxey Magic with that win last night. Just an incredible performance by Maxey. Again, here is his fourth quarter stat line. Tyrese Maxey, 6 of 7 from the field, 4 of 4 from 3. He dropped 17 points. The rest of the team had a total of 11 in the fourth quarter for the Sixers. He dropped 17. Just an incredible night last night for Tyrese Maxey, which is what John Kincade wanted yesterday. I will
Number
once
one
again
thing.
I will remind the audience, you said yesterday the number one thing that you wanted to see last night was a Tyrese Maxey performance, and you got it, man.
No, I never expected that. I
Right.
never expected him to be able to put, because I've gotten so used to 76ers in big game closeout games coming up with small performances. I would have been happy with a 35-point effort. I would have got a Maxey. On that stage, that moment, that was ballsy as hell, and I got to tell you, that was beyond all expectations.
Now, I got to read a tweet.
Sure.
From my man, the Goose. Now, he didn't even tag me. I just follow him, so I see a tweet.
What's up, Goose?
He says, Maxey gave me something to believe in last night. The other guy, ... not so much. Run everything through Tyrese. Now, the other guy, obviously, Joel Embiid. Joel Embiid did not play well yesterday.
He did not.
But I think it's unfair to say the other guy not so much when they were down 2-0 earlier in this series, and he dropped 50.
He said last night in the tweet, though, didn't he?
No, I know Goose. He's not the biggest Embiid fan.
No, but I think he said last night.
He said Maxey gave me something to believe in, the other guy not so much.
Yeah, he did. Maxey gave you something to believe in another closeout game. Joel Embiid, which has been his history, came up extremely small with the season on the line. Everybody needed.
But I would say, even though the season was only on the line, down 2-0, if you go down 3-0, you know how you're feeling.
Oh, no question.
He scores 50 in Game 3. So, look, Embiid had a very bad game last night. And, look, and if he has another bad game tomorrow night, we can continue that conversation, right? Where, man, another closeout where he doesn't play well.
Well, it's been every one of his career.
So Tyrese Maxey last night is the guy that you relied on, and hopefully tomorrow night, both he and Embiid can have good games, and the two of them could be a factor. You don't have to rely on one dropping 50 or the other dropping 50. Maybe both of them score in the 30s like we saw 2 games earlier in the series in games 1 and 2 where they unfortunately lost those games but could have won both of those games. But today's a day of celebration. I would love to hear from you, 610-632-0975, either on the phone line or the text line, and let us know. Are you back on board? Were you off? Were you so miserable that you weren't going to watch or that you weren't going to be emotionally invested? Which is why I now want to turn to Connor Thomas. Good morning, Connor.
Good morning. What did I do?
Well,
what didn't you do?
I do want to say this right away. I am very proud of Connor Thomas because Connor may have jumped the gun on social media last night, but cowards delete the tweets.
Yes.
Connor did not. Here is the tweet from Connor Thomas at 9:29 p.m., which I think a lot of people felt the exact same way at that time. He said, if you believed in this team tonight, you're flat out insane. This was always the result. A losing organization, top to bottom, blow it all up for all I care. I'm done with the Sixers. And then the Sixers win. But I am proud of you, Connor, for not deleting the tweet. There's this one guy, I saw a tweet that was deleted. Old Takes Exposed pointed it out. Do you know the name John Fanta? Not the soda?
No.
So he has become this big social media guy. When college basketball started going by the wayside, he was like, you know what? I'll be the new college basketball person. Right? He became really big.
Okay.
He's now like the college basketball guy, other than the typical one like Jay Billis and all those guys, right? He's done a great job. He built a platform and everything about it. He put out a tweet last night when McBride hit the shot. Deuce McBride, dagger, season over for the Sixers. He deleted the tweet.
Oh, you can't do that.
That's a coward move.
Well, where was Villanova basketball, men's basketball?
Yeah.
Did they have anything to say last night, Villanova men's basketball?
That's a great question.
Where's that? You know why? Because when you got a college kid who's a Knicks fan running your freaking Twitter account, they're not excited when they lose. So you don't get any tweets.
They have not
celebrated.
They have not tweeted since yesterday afternoon. It was the sights and sounds for their awards banquet. So no mention of the Sixers or Knicks game last night. So Connor, you were not going to get emotionally invested yesterday, and you were very passionate about your lack of emotional investment during the show yesterday. How were you feeling during the game, at the end of the game, and how are you feeling today now that we have a Game 6 tomorrow night?
Yeah, I'll be honest. I didn't really say much. I didn't really react to much during the game when I was sitting there at the bar watching it. It was kind of just, okay, let's see what happens type of thing. So I wasn't like screaming at the TV or anything. And normally I'm a loud person to watch a game with. So I stuck to that, but I do owe an apology to the Sixers for, and mainly Tyrese Maxey, for believing that game was over. Now, I got responses from people on social media saying, hey, you're good. Like, everyone thought that game was over.
And that's what I said. I think at 9:29 p.m., you were not alone in that feeling, man.
Right. And you know what? Listen, I'm glad I was wrong. I said all day yesterday during the show, as much as the emotional investment isn't there and I don't believe in this team, I still want them to win.
Of course.
Yeah, but where are you now?
I'm at the point where I'm happy they won the game, and I need to see them get to 7. Like, if they get to 7 and it's, okay, we can win and move on, I'm back in. Like, you got to be at that point because that changes everything. But I'll tell you what. You're shaking your head in there.
No, I hate fans
Dude,
like
no,
that.
I don't believe him.
We've seen this movie before, too. All right? I hate to be this guy on
We've
a
all
game.
seen the movie.
No. We've seen the reverse movie where the Sixers are up 3-1 and then lose the series.
We have not seen
the
Sixers step up in a closeout game for their season and step up and see a heroic performance like that. This is something we haven't seen.
Right, in this specific scenario, but how many games have we seen before in series where we believed they had it, right? How about Game 6 against the Hawks when they make it 7?
And that's fandom.
Right, no, I get that. I'm just saying, like,
I just hate it. I'm being honest. I just hate fans like that. Oh, well, I'll be back. If they get to Game 7, I'm back in. I'm like, screw you as a fan then. It just pisses me off. You're either a fan or you're not.
I don't believe.
You got to be there.
I don't believe Connor. I think tomorrow night you're going to be ready to go at 9 o'clock.
I mean, I'll be watching the game. I'll want them to win.
I think you're going to be emotionally invested tomorrow night.
The other thing that I'm thinking, too, is just because I had this conversation with one of the bartenders. She was asking, when's the next game if they win? I was like, well, if they win, then they play Thursday. And then if they win Thursday, they play Saturday. If they win that, they play another round and have to win 4 games.
Monday.
And then another round and they have to win 4 games. And then another round and they have to win 4 games. And then they could be champions.
Dude, this is all round 1, man.
Like, that's the other thing that I think about, too. So
Here's what's tantalizing, though, Connor and Andrew. The tantalizing part is the Pacers may advance. And I'm telling you, you ain't losing to the Pacers.
I'm not remotely there
You're
yet.
not.
I will once again say you are the better team, talented
How about
team.
this? You are distinctly. How about this? If you played the Pacers, or you played the banged up Bucks, with their 2 stars out, you are a heavier favorite than you would be against anything against the Knicks.
I agree. But you got to win.
There's a long way to go.
You got to win this series first, man. And it starts tomorrow night at 9 o'clock. Now, let's talk about that, and then we'll get to the calls and texts. You can text the show. You can call in on the show at 610-632-0975. Screw you, Adam Silver, or whoever is the one punching in the schedule. 9 o'clock?
When 2 Central teams are going to play at 6:30.
Now, the reason why it's 9 o'clock was if the Bucks lost last night, their series ended, Pacers move on. The Sixers would have played at 7 o'clock or 7:30 tomorrow night.
I think it was 7:30.
But because the Bucks pushed that series another game, so screw you, Milwaukee, too. But ultimately, it's the NBA's fault. A 9 o'clock tip-off on the East Coast?
I got bad news for you. The game starts at 6:30. It says.
Oh, it might be delayed.
Game's not going to tip off till like 9:15, 9:20.
And
which is freaking ridiculous.
And that's dumb because, look, I understand, our ratings, men 25 to 54, right? Like, I get a 12-year-old might not really be the reason why you have good ratings or something like that, right? I get it. But you're also trying to grow fans. And the NBA, we know, is more of a younger sport than an older sport in terms of viewership.
Distinctly, like 18 years
big.
on average, 18-year younger, the average network viewer for NBA compared to baseball.
Yeah, it's a huge difference.
18.
And you're going to make a game tip off probably, like to your point, John, after 9 o'clock on the East Coast?
I'm going to tell you
this. Is this the national championship game?
It's ridiculous. It's absolutely absurd.
What are we doing here?
And two Central teams.
And don't tell
Central
me,
time zone teams.
It's because the Bucks want. Then move their game up and then start the game at 8 o'clock for the Sixers. 9 o'clock, and I'm not even saying that because of Mr. Morning Show host doesn't want to stay up late. No, I'm saying a kid might want to stay up late on a school night. It's a Thursday night. The game's not going to tip off till after 9 o'clock. That is ridiculous to the NBA to do that. It's not going to be something we talk about much today, but it is absolutely ridiculous. But hey, if you want to go to the game, make sure you're listening.
Go.
During our Adam Schefter conversation, we'll play Know the Schefter. Know the show, but know the Schefter for your chance to win a pair of Sixers tickets to tomorrow night's Game 6 at the Wells Fargo Center. All right, we'll get to some text coming up. Let's go to the phones. Go to Jeff in D.C. Jeff, you're on 97.5 The Fanatic.
I'm back in, baby.
Didn't take much.
Let me clarify. I wanted to be out. But I can't. I tweeted today to guys from Brokeback Mountain about the Sixers. I wish I knew how to quit you. I can't quit this team. I want to. I want to be out so bad, but I can't. And I'm like, I went into last night's game fully expecting them to lay down. And get beat by 20. And when they didn't, at halftime, I'm like, you know what? I'm all right with this game. I'm okay. No matter what happens, I'm okay with this game. And then Maxey shows up in the second half and just 7 points in the last 27 seconds. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, it's Reggie Miller-esque, man.
It was awesome. The only thing that was missing was him doing the choke job thing that's finally on the side. That was the only thing that was missing.
But you know what? You know what he did do? After Brunson's shot got blocked, Maxey showed more emotion than I've ever seen. And look, I mean, he obviously shows emotion all the time, but his fire walking back toward the Sixers bench after Jalen Brunson missed his shot, all right, that's a big-time player right there.
He really did. I saw that when he's screaming, let's effing go, let's go, come on. And I'm like, wow, look at this. I am so back in. And so just like, I'm fully back in like John, man. They could win Game 6, they could win Game 7, then they beat the Pacers, and then you never know what can happen.
You never know.
Thanks
Jeff,
for the call,
enjoy yourself.
Jeff.
There is one thing, though, and I know John's on the line. Do you remember what John told us the other day? He said Game 5 would go to overtime and the Sixers.
But he said that the Sixers would win Game 4.
He did.
But it's still.
He did see the script, though, of Game 5 overtime. But he doesn't have it right. But it is like that. It is like that. And hearing Jeff talk about it, I did not expect the Sixers to roll over last night because of what I'd seen. The 4 games were so close.
Right. But there were some moments when Embiid's playing as poor as he is. And I know Maxey was unconscious in the fourth quarter, but I don't know if anybody expected him to be as good as he wasn't. Like he scored 17 points, guys, right? So, when Connor puts out that tweet, Connor wasn't the only one that put out that tweet.
No,
there were a lot of Sixers fans.
Bro, the Sixers are never on the right side of that. They're always on the Game 2 side of it,
right,
where they have the game a 90 billion% chance to win, and the next thing you know, the refs decide, no foul. Kawhi Leonard has to hit a miraculous shot.
Brunson hit one in Game 2.
On top of that, the Sixers have never, I can't remember a time that they've been on the right side of one of those miraculous comebacks in a moment that matters.
And it happened last night, and that's why you probably should never totally leave, because we all know that this Sixers team has fallen short with a lot of expectations. But we also know how talented this team is. Now, we're also seeing Maxey really grow into a max contract player, what he will get during this offseason. And you needed that because on a night where Joel Embiid had a bad game, big boy pants on, he had a bad game last night, he had his 1B step up and play out of his mind. And then it also helped, and I will once again give him his flowers, that Tobias Harris not only showed up in the first half, which is something he's done pretty much this entire series, but continued to play well in the second half. And he had a tremendous game last night. He didn't need to drop 35 for him to win. What have I asked for out of Tobias Harris? Do your season average.
Well, yeah.
And he did that last night.
And that's all you can.
He scored a season average. I'm not asking for Tobias Harris to drop 40 points a night. I'm asking him for him to do his season average, and he did that last night.
And importantly, too, rebound and D up.
Yes.
And he had a good game.
He did. He had a very good game last night, and that should be celebrated. I will never apologize for the things I said. Nobody should apologize for the things that they said about Tobias Harris. But we should celebrate the good. We had the text earlier that did more complaining than throwing flowers. I will get into that at some point during the show, but give him his flowers first.
Embiid, the one thing, Vinny Gallo sends me a DM, and he's like, Embiid stunk last night, but discredit his Game 3 performance is a bit much. Nobody's discrediting his Game 3 performance. In fact, I said he was unconscious. He was outstanding in Game 3.
Yeah.
Joel Embiid in closeout games, has never performed. Last night was another chapter in that. Tomorrow night
could be a different chapter.
Tomorrow night he has a chance to rewrite his history. But there is a load of history that tells you every time when he's in that spot, he doesn't show up. And last night was, in his own words, terrible.
But I do want to point out 16 rebounds, 10 assists.
The rebounds was fantastic.
Yeah.
And again, though, that should be the standard.
No, not 16 rebounds.
No. That neighborhood, mid-teens, should be his standard against the Knicks.
Well, when he can't move at times.
Okay, I got you.
And they're a great rebounding team.
They're a great rebounding team.
They are.
And
they are. That should still be.
They're a physical
team. He's the guy that you can't win without him rebounding.
Yeah, I understand.
You can't win without Embiid being. And there are many times when he's the biggest guy on the court. Many times.
I mean, Embiid this series, so 8 boards in Game 1, 10 in Game 2, 8 in Game 3, 10 in Game 4, 16 last night.
And that's inefficient. 8 to 10 is not good. He needs more than.
All right,
he
10,
needs to be
10 to 12.
I would say 12 should be the number he should be at every game.
Broke G's checks in on Twitter saying, not an Embiid fanboy, but a triple-double ain't no slack. But we're saying he had a bad game.
Triple-double.
He did. Look, Ben Simmons had triple-doubles too. Joel Embiid struggled last night. And it takes just watching the game to realize he struggled last night.
Him, his own words.
Him, his own words. Here, let's play that one more time. It was the second cut, Connor, from Joel Embiid. Here's Joel Embiid last night showing his praises to his teammates and then talking about his own play.
He's only one, so we just gotta, keep, going and, pray that, we're gonna, be much better. But I think we still haven't played our best basketball, especially. I don't think we've combined, all of us, to play our best basketball. So I'm hoping that, I was terrible. I'm hoping that I can be better, and we're gonna be fine.
See, he himself tells us
and
he was
the
terrible
thing is,
last night.
And I give him the standing ovation for that.
For the quote, yeah.
Because of the fact that he says it. He articulates it. But you will still have people that will call the radio station, text, tweet, and be like, he wasn't terrible. He had a triple-double. He was awful.
Wow.
He was awful. Come on, Connor. When Ala Abdunabi on the home broadcast had to literally say, this is lackadaisical. This is, I'm just using other words. And he, in his own words, that was a terrible performance in a big game.
Look, 9 turnovers.
9 turnovers is atrocious.
Very bad.
It's atrocious.
It's inexcusable.
Right.
So stop.
Triple-double is still a very impactful part of that game.
Oh, my God. You can give me any number you want.
But, John, it is also fair. Again,
I applaud the rebounding.
I use the Josh Hart example. Josh Hart in Game 4 did nothing offensively but grabbed 17 rebounds, and I go, look, when a guy's offensive game is struggling, he will find another way to make an impact. Joel Embiid did do that last night, so I want to celebrate that. But we can still point out, Connor, ultimately, he had a bad game.
No, a terrible game. He says it.
If we're saying Joel Embiid is here, last night Joel Embiid was probably down here.
And don't compare Joel Embiid and Josh Hart. They should have a different standard of expectation.
You're right.
To me.
All right. So we are not the only ones celebrating the performance of Tyrese Maxey from last night. John Kincade showed me a tweet that got me all juiced up. He's watching Johnny. He's scouting.
Oh, he is.
I will tell you exactly who that player is. Some may say he might be the GOAT. Also, I will remind you how you can win your Sixers tickets for tomorrow night's game. Sixers-Knicks, Game 6 at the Wells Fargo Center at freaking 9 o'clock. Screw you, Adam Silver. It's Kincade and Salciunas right here, 97.5 The Fanatic. round of the playoffs, right? They have to win tomorrow night at 9 o'clock. Screw you, NBA. In the Wells Fargo Center. And then they have to go back to New York Saturday to win to move on to the second round. So still a lot to do. But the fact that the series is still alive, the fact that there is a pulse with that team, and I think as of this morning, John, correct me if I'm wrong, a pulse with the fans. That's what I'm getting at.
No, I think there's a real pulse with the fans.
Because it seemed dead yesterday.
Yeah, it did seem dead.
And look, I was part of it. I was part of it.
No, but you were to a degree.
I didn't have my same enthusiasm that I normally would.
But what I loved is that Connor last night exposed himself. No, he didn't. I mean, not literally.
Yeah, easy.
Is that
You're going to get me on a list.
Is that
he was out at a bar, too.
And he showed that he was emotionally invested in the game.
Yes.
And that, to me, is all I wanted. Is that because if you're not emotionally invested, to me, it says a bad thing for this whole city. And I'm not meaning that. I think that there are hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of Connors.
Right.
That if they start disconnecting and turning off that in their brains that they're not connected to the team, then Bob Cooney's word of apathy sets in. And apathy's the worst. And doing this job, apathy is the worst. When the fans get apathetic about a team, it's the worst for doing our job. And I'm being a selfish bastard here.
You and I have talked about this a lot separately, but I know one of our first shows we mentioned it. The biggest lie in sports radio or from listeners is you guys like it when they lose because it's better for ratings.
Not true.
I can tell you right now, thank you to our online listeners.
We appreciate
a win,
you. Yes.
It's better.
We like it. We can actually see how many people are listening.
Right.
And after wins, it's better.
It's better. Yeah.
It's much better.
Maybe,
and we love it.
Maybe after a loss, okay, there's a
that
spike.
day after. No, the day after it is.
But then 2 days later, nobody wants to listen anymore. They win today. Last night, you're going to be listening today. You're going to be listening tomorrow, getting ready for Game 6. Hopefully they win Game 6, and then it continues to snowball, and that's great. All right. John, you sent me something last night.
Mm-hmm. I let the whole city see it.
He's watching.
He is.
You know, Santa's always watching. Right? All the boys and girls, make sure they're good. Put them on the
You got to be good. You're not
list.
getting that Hess truck.
Right? Well, you better be good for LeBron James. Last night, LeBron James, very simple tweet. Tyrese in all caps with like 6,000 exclamation points, followed by a Mike Breen bang and 2 red exclamation points. So he took the time to go to the emoji board too and put 2 red exclamation points.
He likes the emojis.
Tyrese Maxey showed up, hit the big shot, and LeBron James was watching. And the best part was he tweets out that at 9:34 p.m., which was when Tyrese Maxey hit the big shot. But just an hour earlier at 8:22, he puts out a tweet. I've heard a lot of reports about my future. I said it last night, and I'll say it again. I do not know yet, as I'm only thinking about spending time with my family and friends. When I know after speaking with the fam, my counsel as well as my representation about it, then you guys will know. Until then, shh, love, and he put the crown emoji. So he's spending time with his family and friends watching Tyrese Maxey in the Philadelphia 76ers. Come on, LeBron.
Awesome. He was watching. He was enjoying. He is a, and I don't care because a lot of people will disagree with me. I'm a big fan of the businessman LeBron James too. And I think LeBron James cares about the NBA product.
Yes.
And he sells the NBA product even on off nights.
Absolutely.
He could easily have said, my season ended the night before. I'm disconnected. I'm turning it off. I need a break. I like the fact that he supports the NBA product.
I made sure to tweet in response to you, come to Philly, King.
You did.
At King James. Come on, LeBron. He's watching. He's watching.
Love it.
And Tyrese Maxey hitting that big shot. Maybe he goes, you know what? D'Angelo Russell's not making that shot. You know, I play with a lot of guys who aren't making that shot. I know everybody likes to make Austin Reeves seem like this great basketball player. Tyrese Maxey is. And Tyrese Maxey's a max contract player. And LeBron James could opt out. And LeBron James could come here.
You realize what you just said, though?
What?
You just mentioned this whole little thing, and it's all about, and you didn't even mention that Joel Embiid's here.
Well, because he's response to Tyrese Maxey.
No, but I'm saying to you is that there is your idea of attractive outposts. It's there. It's there.
Multiple attractive
there.
outposts here. Multiple.
It is very there.
All right, so we would love to get more of your calls and your texts at 610-632-0975, reacting to the Sixers game. I will remind you once again, and I'll remind you again next segment, coming up at 8 o'clock, so less than a half hour from now, we will have our weekly conversation with Adam Schefter. First time post-draft that we get to talk to Adam. We had him on the day before the NFL draft. He was talking about how, look, it's unlikely for them to draft a cornerback in the first round because it's been since 2002.
He hadn't done it.
We'll talk to Adam Schefter about the fact that the Eagles did draft a cornerback and the fact that they didn't even have to trade up in order to get Quinyon Mitchell. So Schefter comes your way at 8 o'clock. Now, I want you to listen closely during the Adam Schefter interview because we are going to play, instead of calling it Know the Show, we will call it Know the Schefter. Listen closely, and at some point during the 8 o'clock hour, I'm not going to make you wait till 9, 9:30, 9:45. No, I'm not going to drag you along. At some point during the 8 o'clock hour, we will ask a specific question from something that is said during the Adam Schefter interview, and the person who gets it right on our contest line will win the pair of tickets for tomorrow night's Sixers-Knicks game at the Wells Fargo Center. So make sure you are listening at 8 o'clock when Schefty joins the show. Connor, do we have texts? I know we have texts, but what kind of texts are coming in after last night's Sixers victory?
Of course we have texts. We have a lot on Embiid right now because you were talking about it. Ralph from Camden checks in, says if Joker had Embiid's stat line, the NBA community would have been glazing all over him. And I think that's true.
I get what he's saying. The only thing is, guys, 9 turnovers.
Yeah.
They would not. It's ridiculous.
9
No, they would not be all over
No,
the
they
Joker
would if
last
they
night.
look.
Not that performance.
His
Nobody watches
Raptor
that
would be
game
through
and
the
thought it
roof,
was
John. His VORP would be
His
untouchable.
VORP, yeah. No.
I'm not talking about nerdlings, sitting in there in the lab going, "This is what basketball really is." You just don't understand it.
Okay, I got you. But we have to not ignore the fact that he had 9 turnovers, even though he had a triple-double. All right, look, you guys know I love Joel Embiid.
Of course you do.
I can also put my big boy pants on and go, all right, thank God for Tyrese Maxey.
Yes.
Because Joel Embiid did not have it last night. If Tyrese Maxey scores half of his points last night, they go down without a whimper. Right? They go down. There's no overtime. There's no fourth quarter comeback.
No.
If Tyrese Maxey does not play the way that he does last night, and we should expect that game every once in a while out of a Tyrese Maxey. We saw it during the regular season. Well, let's face it, 9 turnovers is – you can't say you had a good game and have 9 turnovers.
I don't expect – by the way, he said, story's over. He said, I was terrible. I was terrible.
He himself
and by the way,
say it.
And the broadcasters on both games, the analysts, whether you're watching TNT or whether watching our guy Al Abdunabi. And it was – this is atrocious. Atrocious was used on TNT.
Yeah.
It was lackadaisical was used by Allah. Inexcusable was you. I mean, this is like stop trying to spin a thing. It was a bad game. It's okay.
No,
it's okay to say it.
I'm saying he didn't play well. But you ever play a sport with a great athlete? You ever play on a team with a great athlete?
I never played with you, Connor, no.
Well, one day you will have that opportunity, and you'll understand. Like, sometimes great players say that they're terrible even when they do great things because the expectation is elite level play. You never played with a dude who, like, strikes out against someone throwing 99. He's like, I stink.
All right, Connor, every every closeout game of his career, it's that story that we saw last night. So, well, then that's the story. That's why you can't do look at all the things he did.
Too black and white, John.
No, it isn't.
Yes, it is.
There's too much data. Tomorrow night, he has a chance to change that narrative.
I think this is what we have to do. All right? I think we all have to take a deep breath. I think we can all point out that Joel Embiid did good things last night.
The rebounding. We talked about that. We applauded the rebounding.
16 rebounds, 10 assists, 4 blocked shots, rim protector, in overtime, diving after a loose ball, making both of his shots in
Huge
overtime.
Steal from Brunson.
Big steal. Did a lot of good things
the overtime
down
was
the
fantastic.
stretch. I think we can also point out he was 7 of 19 from the field. He was uncharacteristic offensively.
Right.
9 turnovers is bad. We can point out that there were times where he was mopey, which is something that we have been talking about for 8 well, 10 years, but 8 years of him playing.
Right.
We can point out both the good. We can point both also the bad.
Just say it both.
Was
Just
it
say
the worst game of his career? No.
No.
Was it anywhere near the Joel Embiid level of game that we expect? No. And I think
no, and you just summed it up perfectly. You can have an objective conversation about it. And the thing is, we did celebrate the rebounds all morning long. The rebounding to me was the exceptional thing. I think he should be counted on for a dozen every game against a team like the Knicks.
What do you mean by a team like the Knicks? They're one of the better rebounding teams in the NBA.
They are, but the thing is, you also have the guy who is a MVP, who is the biggest guy on the court most of the
but
time.
then it's not a team like the Knicks. A team like the Knicks, he should not rebound as well against because they're better.
I think a 12 out of him for this series, averaging a 12 would not be a lot to ask.
I think that's fair as well. I'm just saying the Knicks are not a reason for that. They're a problem.
The Knicks are a very, very aggressive club, and by the way, they get so much out of their roster.
Yeah. Look,
they really do.
And more on this Embiid thing, right? So, in the second half yesterday, he stepped back and let Maxey do his thing offensively. He only attempted 8 field goal attempts in the second half, whereas Maxey attempted 14.
And how many of them were inside the 3-point line?
7. He was you got
to do that.
He was just 0 of 1 from 3 in the second half. So he was 3 of 8 in the second half. He dished out 6 assists in the second half. He grabbed 5 rebounds in the second half. He also had 6 of his 9 turnovers in the second half. Maxey scoring 26 points was almost forgotten in the second half. If they lose that game, we would have been talking about the Embiid performance.
100%.
If they lose last night, we are ripping Embiid today.
Yes.
Because they won, we shouldn't just say, hey, he did better than what we're making it out.
And nobody gets more bouquets thrown their way. Joel Embiid gets constant bouquets. It's okay to say it. Now, tomorrow night, I'll call for it, and be ready for it. Tomorrow night, once again, he's got a chance to write a different chapter of what he does when the season's on the line. He's never written one that is even adequate. Tomorrow night he has a chance to do it. And look, maybe it'll be the night. Maybe it'll be the time that he gets it done.
What else do we have on the text line, Connor?
All right. In the past closeout games, this is from Tony in Jersey. In the past closeout games, Embiid played horrible, and that was end of story. Last night was the first time I've seen him determined to do other things to impact the game. Still had a triple-double and was diving on the floor. You have to give that man props for that. No, we can't have 9 turnovers, but he decided to go impact the game in other ways, and that's growth.
And we've pointed that out.
And we pointed that out.
And we have pointed that out. And I hope everyone points that out.
And it should be just as much the bottom line is that it's the lead.
Yes.
You can say both. Say both.
Coming your way next. We're going to have a chat with some of you. Okay? I told you that we are giving away Sixers tickets at 8 o'clock. A lot of you should either go or just give away your Sixers tickets to the appropriate people. Tomorrow night is a big night. Don't screw this up, some of you. Your investments. It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Tyrone Johnson, Ricky Batalico, and Jen Scordo. The best show ever. Listen weekday afternoons.
Batum with the defense. Embiid leapt on the ground like Superman. Grabbed the ball, called timeout.
I love you, Tom McGinnis. It is 7:47 on Kincade and Salciunas here on 97.5 The Fanatic, celebrating an incredible victory last night for the Sixers. An incredible performance by Tyrese Maxey, putting the team on his back. Talking about Joel Embiid's performance, you can say it was both good and bad. All right, we should find a way to meet in the middle. And because I know, I don't think, if I don't say this, I don't think we'd have a single caller say anything about it.
What do you mean?
Tobias Harris playing a good game last night.
I would agree with you, but I admired you this morning for wanting to take that.
I wanted to talk about it.
It's good.
I don't think we would have had a single caller call in, or even a texter. We have one person that has texted in, unless Connor, you're the king of the text messages over there. We've only read one text that has mentioned Tobias Harris, and it was more of a frustration text.
I mean, we've had like 60. It's hard to get through all of them, so there may be another one or two in there, but I don't remember seeing one.
I would just, we should show some love to Tobias Harris. If he does not play the way that he does last night, they lose that basketball game.
They do.
This is not me apologizing. Nobody should apologize.
No.
It's been 5.5 years of disappointment with Tobias Harris. But last night, he stepped up. Last night was very much like Game 7 against the Celtics last year, where at one point he seemed to be the only guy that was stepping up. But then obviously Maxey plays the game that he does and goes off and is incredible in the fourth quarter, scoring 17 points. But Tobias Harris, his game last night is also another reason why we get to watch another game of Sixers basketball, and hopefully more if they can handle their business tomorrow night against the New York Knicks at the Wells Fargo Center. 9 o'clock tip-off.
9 o'clock. If we're lucky.
So, we are giving away a pair of Sixers tickets in the 8 o'clock hour. Once more, listen to Adam Schefter. We're going to play Know the Show. We're calling it Know the Schefter. Take notes during the Adam Schefter conversation. There will be something asked at some point during the 8 o'clock hour from the Adam Schefter interview, and the person who gets it right will win a pair of tickets to tomorrow night's Sixers game against the New York Knicks. But we have to have a conversation with some of you, okay? You've made your money back.
Start it. Yes.
Games 3 and 4 at the Wells Fargo Center for all you I buy season tickets as an investment people. You made your money back because those tickets were definitely expensive and Knicks fans gobbled them up, so you made your money back. I've heard Ricky Pitalico tell this story on the best show ever that during the regular season, Phillies fans will sell their tickets so that they can afford playoff tickets, so that they're there during the Red October, which all right, fine, I'll take that one. During the playoffs, you should not be selling tickets to opposing fans, especially a fan base that is very close. I don't think we need to have that conversation again.
If it's Milwaukee.
But, yeah, if it's Milwaukee.
If it's Indiana, Milwaukee, you don't have to have that conversation.
But New York is not that far. And it's also cheaper. You see the ticket prices at Madison Square Garden. The cheapest ticket on TickPick yesterday was like $700, and it was a horrible view. Whereas it's less expensive here, so they are gobbling those tickets up. Please, I am begging you. Enough with the I bought my ticket for an investment. It's Game 6 tomorrow night. The Sixers are still on the brink of elimination. And, John, you did some research this morning about the amount of tickets available.
Okay, this is troubling.
Okay.
I checked 5:30. I checked 7:30. All right? 5:30 this morning to 7:30 this morning, there are plus on StubHub and Ticketmaster. There are plus 300 more sets of tickets available that were listed between 5:30 a.m. and 7:30 a.m.
Oh, that's horrible.
That's absolutely, it's disgraceful.
Now,
And by the way, I'm looking at the sections. It's season ticket holder section.
It's the lower bowl.
It is not. And to me, there are a lot of seats in the upper deck that you have a chance to get. But we saw, and purposely this morning I did it. I knew we were talking.
Yep.
We were going to be talking about this topic. So I checked the numbers at 5:30. I checked the numbers at 7:30. And both sites have 300 plus more sets of tickets that are available. That doesn't just mean 2 seats. It could mean 4.
Could be a 4-pack,
whatever.
yeah. See,
that's disgusting.
So I'm going to ask you Sixers fans. Should I say Sixers fans? I don't know what I should say.
No, say investors.
You investors. I will ask you investors to please pull those tickets off the market. either go yourself, even though I kind of don't want you to go because you might not bring the energy that I need you to bring if you're willing to sell these tickets to just anybody. Give them to your neighbor who might be a big Sixers fan for free. You already made your money. You made your money. I can guarantee you made your money that you were looking for in games 3 and 4 at the Wells Fargo Center already. Give them to your neighbor or give them for a lesser fee or whatever, because obviously it's all about the money. Tomorrow night cannot sound like Madison Square Garden light. It can't be 50-50 lower bowl. I'm sure there will be more Sixers fans in general, but when it's the lower bowl and it's loud and Joel Embiid talks about it after game 4 and is upset about it. And look, I'm sure Joel Embiid was not the only Sixers player that was upset about it.
By the way, he was at, there were 5 Sixers players that were asked and a coach.
Okay.
The only person who talked about
John,
it was one. I get you.
He gave his honest answer.
Okay.
I'm sure the other 4 people lied or didn't give their honest answer. I would imagine
Nick Nurse
that
said, I'm not concerning myself with this.
He might not want to say it. I'm sure there are some Sixers players other than Joel Embiid that are looking around going, damn, really? I thought we were supposed to be one of the greatest sports fans.
We agree on that. But you don't have to say every thought that's in your head. You do not have to say, oh, he's being honest. You don't have to say everything that's in your head, especially when it deflects away from just taking ownership of the fact that you gagged away.
Maybe it was a good thing that he did say it, and hopefully there are some Sixers fans that go, you know what, he's right. I'm going to show up to Game 6 instead of selling my tickets. No, it's not.
And that sucks.
That's disappointing. All right, let's quickly get to our man, Tasty Cake Dom. What's up, Dommy?
Andrew? Hey, John?
What's up, Dom?
John, is this the best feeling you've had since 4th and 26? Where you're just dead in the water and you're resurrected. Like I felt the coffin closing on me.
You know what? That's a great analogy because I was sort of saying it this morning.
I'll give you one closer, not as far back. J-Roll against Broxton with the double.
That was amazing. That walk-off was wild.
If we talk about percentages, right? Oh, they had an X percentage chance of winning or losing that game. I think it was like 95% chance the Dodgers were winning that game and J-Roll hitting that double. But that's the only closer.
Yep. Andrew, also, I love that I love Tobias, and I was happy. I felt warm and fuzzy you gave Tobias love. Because he played great last night.
Look, he deserves it. I don't know how you love Tobias Harris, and thanks for the call, Tommy, but he deserves his flowers for last night.
That's terrible. Look, some people I get you. You're 100% right.
I don't.
But I'm
not changing my opinion. I don't like him as a basketball player.
No, there's enough. Just like I won't change my opinion on Joel Embiid when the chips are down in the biggest games of the year not coming through. You can say things that are objectively critical, and if you have the facts to back them up.
But when there's time to throw flowers.
You then say 16 rebounds?
I will throw my flowers.
Excellent.
Good job, Tobias Harris, last night. All right, Adam Schefter joins us next. Make sure you are listening closely. Know the Schefter for your chance to win a pair of Sixers tickets for tomorrow night's game at the Wells Fargo Center. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic.
844-599-5911, or you can enter it on the Fanatic app or at 975thefanatic.com. One winner selected at random will win $1,000 in this company-wide contest. Winners will get a call from Beasley, so be sure to answer your phone. Complete rules at 975thefanatic.com. Again, the word green. 97.5 The Fanatic signing bonus is presented by Rand Spear, the accident lawyer. Demand Rand for justice. Please never text and drive. Good luck.
This is Kincade and Salciunas, Philadelphia Sports Talk. 97.5 The Fanatic.
It is 8:01 on Kincade and Salciunas here on 97.5 The Fanatic. And joining us, as he does every single Wednesday, on the Comcast Business Hotline. Every day in business is a big day. Let Comcast Business get you ready for what's next. And again, listen closely as we will play Know the Schefter later on this hour for your chance to win
the Schefter.
A pair of Sixers tickets for tomorrow night's game. He's brought to us by Landis Block. Create your very own jaw-dropping backyard paradise online at landisbc.com. Shefty, good morning. How are you today?
That was a heck of a win last night for the Sixers. A lot of grit, that was impressive. I was impressed by that.
I mean, how much of a joy is it? I would love to hear from you because obviously this is Philadelphia, so we're going nuts, all right? We're having a great time. I would love to get your thoughts on a guy like Tyrese Maxey because I still don't think he's really reached that map of stardom yet. But I think a night like last night, I think a lot of people are probably Googling who Tyrese Maxey is today.
Well, to me, I think he's been a star, but I think last night he became a superstar. You can't do that in that type of spot, have that type of performance, and not be considered a superstar. And he plays, with such joy and enthusiasm, and he's just gotten better and better every single year to the point now where, to me, he is a superstar. And he's going to be a superstar. And that guy, won that game last night for them. He saved their season.
Is Howie Roseman a GM superstar? Because there are a lot of people that have just been saying it was a bit of a master's class in not only letting the board come to him, but his aggressiveness of picking up future picks.
I think the Eagles owner, Jeffrey Lurie, in the first round was like, we're not trading up. We're not moving up. Like, we always move up. No, we're not moving up. Mr. Lurie, just sit back, relax, and enjoy the show. And that's exactly what happened. I mean, if I had said to you last week before the draft kicked off that the Eagles would come out of this draft with Quinyon Mitchell, Cooper DeJean, and 3 added picks for next year, I mean, what would be your reaction?
I would have said no way.
No chance. No. By the way, ESPN did a probability chart that Quinyon Mitchell would be available to the Eagles, and it was like 6%. And then the fact that Cooper DeJean would make his way to Philly in the second round, I know they traded up, I got it. But they consider the odds for that to be 3%. So to have a 6% shot and a 3% shot come in the way they did, that was incredible. And again, I just think, not only did they get the roster better for this year, and by the way, they also, right before the draft, signed A.J. Brown to that extension, which gets done ahead of Justin Jefferson, ahead of C.D. Lamb, ahead of Jamar Chase, ahead of these big other wide receiver deals before A.J. Brown's contract becomes any more of an issue. They now have both receiver deals done in advance. They don't have to worry about these deals getting done. Then you go out and get 3 more picks for next year, too. And there's other picks that they made and other moves that they made. But 8 trades in all, which, by the way, tied the record that they set last year when they made 8 trades again. So they're just having their way at that time, just doing what they want, controlling the draft, manipulating it, letting it come, doing whatever it takes, knowing when to move, knowing when not to move. And, yeah, it's impressive to watch. And you think, that was a dream scenario. I come back to the conversation we had about a month ago, and you're like, John, you wanted them to trade for – I said, they're going to sit back and they're going to re-sign some of their own guys. Well, who have they re-signed since then? Devontae Smith, A.J. Brown, Jordan Mailata. They got 2 more cornerbacks.
Landon Dickerson.
But, but
you know what I mean?
Yeah,
still, it's awesome. Sure.
That was the start of free agency, but we had this conversation about 2 weeks into free agency, maybe 3. And you're like, well, are they going to trade for somebody? And I'm like, I don't know if that's happening. Not that I know of. I don't think that that's on the radar this year. But since then, they've made all these moves, and you can't not like everything they've done. You just can't. They've maximized their resources.
Schefter, I understand why Quinyon Mitchell falls to 22 when the first half of the draft is all offensive players. The first 15 players selected were offensive players. Any reason why Cooper DeJean falls out of day one? Because a lot of people do the big boards and their mock drafts had him going in the first round. He falls to 40 when the Eagles jump up and trade for him. Any reason why DeJean falls to day two?
Nothing in particular other than I think some people viewed him as a potential safety in the NFL, and safeties don't have as much value, and he'll obviously have the chance to prove that he can play corner. But because of that, that would be my guess as to why he fell to just 40. I mean, it's still prime slot. It's still at the top of the second round. Probably not quite as high as some people thought. That happens. I mean, there are players that slide from mid to late first-round picks into the early part of the second round all the time. It happened to be turn this year.
Do you believe the desire to acquire more picks for future drafts, which always has been a Howie thing anyway, had anything to do with waiting to find out the penalty for the perceived tampering with Saquon Barkley?
I don't think it has to do with that. I think that they're just into stockpiling picks. I don't think they're overly concerned about that. I don't think that they feel like they did anything wrong. And so, look, the league always does what it wants to do. But I don't think that they feel like they have violated the rules, and I don't think that they feel like they're going to be the victims of severe punishment. Now, we'll see what the league decides, but I don't think that they believe that.
It's that rat James Franklin, honestly. I mean, he's a rat. He's flat out a rat. He needs to stop talking.
There's John's honesty for you, Schefter.
I'll let John say that.
Adam, so Quinyon Mitchell, Eagles select him 22nd overall, and now we're kind of waiting to see what else do the Eagles do with the secondary. That does not mean acquiring players. That could be moving on from a player. Do you think Quinyon Mitchell, the selection of him, might mean something about the future of James Bradbury here in Philadelphia?
Well, I think it gives them options. I don't know if they're looking to deal a cornerback, but if there's a team that needs a cornerback and wants to pay up for a guy who didn't perform as well as they had hoped last year, then fine. But I don't know off the top of my head that they're looking to move off him. I think you want to accumulate as much talent as you can, give yourself options, and see where it goes. But, again, they came out of that as good as they could with all the players and picks that they had. It was hard to imagine that they could get all that done, but they did.
It's the you got Jason Kelce now joining you on Monday Night Football.
Yeah,
I think that's one of the nicest acquisitions of the offseason.
A lot of people wanted him. He was very much in demand, and he had put himself in a great spot that he deserved to be in. And now he'll be a part of the ESPN team, and he's going to be a great addition, I'm sure. And he's going to have a lot of opportunities to do a lot of great things. So good for him. And, again, that's the kind of position that you play yourself into, and with all the work that he's done on and off the field, and he deserves that.
Adam, I'm going to ask you a question that is very from the point of view of Eagles fans, but also from fans of other NFL teams. The question is, how does Howie Roseman keep getting away with this? I want to ask you, will there be a time when the phone rings and an opposing GM or a GM of the other 31 teams sees Howie Roseman calling where they go, yeah, I'm not taking this one because this guy just seems to always steal and always do a great job with trades?
Well, I don't think teams are saying that. I had somebody that worked in a personnel department on Saturday said, I wouldn't trade with him, like exactly what you're saying. But, he has to be in a position where if he's making an offer and a team wants to make that deal, like what? How do you know that he got the best of somebody this bet? Well, I get the extra picks next year, but look, those teams that traded up and gave away picks for next year, they wanted to be in that spot. How do we know that they didn't hit on some player that's going to have a dramatic impact on their roster this year? We don't know that, right? It takes two people to be interested. It's not like when you're trading a pick or picks or whatever it may be, you know what you're getting. You still have to make those count. Now, if it's a player like Howie's offering me a 1 for A.J. Brown, Howie's offering me a 1, oh, boy, that would make me think. It would. But when you're trading picks, like, how do you know? Okay, they want an extra 4 in 2025. Well, we want this lineman. That lineman may be a Pro Bowl lineman. Howie may have just traded away a Pro Bowl lineman. Who knows, right? So, again, he's worried about his job, and the other GMs are worried about their jobs. And they have to do what they believe is in the best interest of their respective teams. And, again, in my mind, in other people's minds, Howie does his job better than most people. I think we all can agree with that. But that doesn't mean you're not going to make a deal with him on a pick trade. Like, I'm not going to look to avoid him because of his track record of success.
Are we getting a schedule release next Thursday, the 9th?
That's usually when the league does it. But there's been no confirmation yet that the league is doing it then. That would be my sense and belief. But usually the league announces before the draft, okay, we have the schedule all set and ready to go, and we're going to announce it on this particular date. Now, in recent years, they typically have done it the second Thursday after the draft. That's been the history. My guess is that that's what it'll be again. It's May 1st. They have not yet said anything. Maybe we'll get an announcement at some point this week, today, tomorrow, Friday, that they're going to announce it then. You know, I'm personally planning to be in Bristol next Thursday, the 9th, but nobody said to me that that's officially a go. Like, hey, you need to be here that day. But that's in my own mind. I'm planning to be there that day because I just think, in the end, that's what the league will decide. But again, no official word.
Roger Goodell letting it be known that 18 games is sort of his visionary wish. President's Day weekend, Super Bowl. I think it would please fans a lot. 2 bye weeks. Do you think that is something that could be potentially more imminent than maybe discussed philosophically?
Here's what I've come to learn with the NFL. Initially, it floated a 17-game season. People debated it. People argued against it. People wondered whether it would work. And eventually, it didn't matter what anybody said. The league got to 17 games. And now they're bringing up 18 games. And I don't know when they're going to get to it. But in my mind, I just say they're going to get to it. Because the league does what it wants to do. The league gets what it wants almost always. And so when they bring up, as Roger Goodell did on the Pat McAfee show last week, an 18-game schedule, Super Bowl being played the Sunday night before President's Day, and more international games. See, John, and I talked about this in my podcast this week, to me, they're all tied together.
I heard that on your podcast.
Yeah.
That's why I tossed you that.
Yeah, thank you. Well, they're all tied together in this sense. You can add on the 18th game. You can somehow make that 18th game for all the teams an international game to grow the revenue across the world, because NFL owners have been dividing up properties like monopoly properties. Like, okay, you take Germany, you take Brazil, you take London, whatever it is. They've been dividing it all up. And so now, if you add an 18th game, you make it such that every team is playing one international game every year in its away homeland site, whatever it may be. Now, by adding on the 18th game, you push that out to President's Day weekend, which, by the way, that's what it should be anyway. Like,
oh, yeah.
Super Bowl should be played the Sunday night before President's Day, so that what already is an unofficial national holiday, Super Bowl Sunday, becomes that much more so, where people could stay up late and then drink after and hang out and party and not have to worry about going to work on Monday. And so the longer schedule allows more international games, a later Super Bowl tied at President's Day. It all goes together as part of the NFL's grand plan for controlling the world.
Not that anybody will cry for us, Adam, but I think we're going to have to work the day after the Super Bowl.
I'm fine with it.
We're still going to have to work. Last thing before I let you go, I would love to know, what is the storyline or the thing that Adam Schefter will be paying attention to most the rest of this offseason? It doesn't have to be with the Eagles, but in the NFL, what are you going to be keeping a closest eye on the rest of this offseason in the NFL?
Probably, hopefully nothing. Hopefully just decompressing for, a couple of months here. But if I'm going to be honest and answer a football question, I just think that you're looking at more wide receiver deals getting done. Justin Jefferson, Jamar Chase, CeeDee Lamb, maybe Jalen Waddle. We talked about some of these deals. Last summer was the summer of the quarterback deal, where we saw deals for Lamar after Jalen Hurts, Lamar Jackson, Justin Herbert, Joe Burrow. and now I think it's the receiver's turn this offseason. But frankly, I mean, in my mind, it's like, okay, well, that's big, but it's also big to just kind of recharge and get ready for everything that's ahead this upcoming season.
You take your time, Schefter. You work your rear end off. We know that. I know you were busy last week. I know you're busy reacting to the draft this week. We appreciate you always coming on with us, and we'll talk to you again next week.
Thank you, guys. Look forward to it. Have a great week. And I would say good luck to your Sixers, but I wouldn't mean that because I'd like to see the Knicks win, but that was impressive, and I tip my cap and pay my respects to your team. That was an impressive job last night.
Hopefully it's more fun for us the next time we talk to you about Sixers Knicks, but we'll talk to you next week. Thanks, Shefty.
Take care.
There he's Adam Schefter on the Comcast Business Hotline. Every day in business is a big day. Let Comcast Business get you ready for what's next. And he was brought to us by Landis Block. Create your very own jaw-dropping backyard paradise online at landisbc.com. Remember, at some point this hour, could be right now, could be at the end of the segment, could be next segment, who knows? At some point during this hour, I will ask a question based off of that interview, and we will play Know the Schefter. And if you get it right, you will be heading to the Sixers game tomorrow night against the Knicks. It's time now for today's headlines with Connor Thomas.
Today's headlines with Connor Thomas.
Normally at 8:05, but Shefty pushes things. Sorry.
Understood.
Sorry, Connor.
That's okay.
What do you got?
Well, something else that got pushed. What a lead-in, right? We had a bit of a delay in Major League Baseball last night. The Dodgers and the Diamondbacks did not start on time. Now, both those teams play out west. Normally have nice weather, so you might ask rain, snow, sleet, wind. Why were they delayed? It was bees.
There are a lot of bees on top of the backstop. And at first it's like, oh, wow, that's a lot of bees. That's crazy. But now it's like this game's probably not going to start on time. Kirsten, you're down there, hopefully not too close to the bees, but close enough to have a little more information for us.
Yeah, exactly. The biggest concern right now is that on-time start, because it sounds like that until they can make a situation, either if they can get the bees out, the biggest concern that I'm hearing from the players as well as Dave Roberts is if a foul ball hits off the net, the bees are going to go everywhere.
Could you imagine a foul ball into a bee's nest above a stadium full of people?
I will tell you guys something about myself.
What?
I am a melissophobiac.
You're scared of bees.
Terrified.
Are you seriously terrified of them?
When I was a little kid, I was playing with my neighbor's basketball net. They let me play basketball whenever I wanted to. On their net. It was in the cul-de-sac, so they had it cemented into the cul-de-sac, which is really, the kids were grown up, right? I think they were in college or whatever, so they let me play with it. It was rusted out, and a hornet's nest was made inside. And, you know.
So what did you do?
Oh, my entire leg blew up. And ever since then.
All right, so wait a minute. How did the hornets come out of you?
You take a shot, the rim rattles.
And the rim rattled, they all came out.
They all came out.
The shot. You must have bricked that thing.
Well, it's kind of common for me. Yeah, and my knee down just blew up, and I've been terrified of bees ever since. I used to have to. My mom had a plant in the front door. There was a while where there was bees all. They're pollinating. Right. Where I would have to walk out the back door and walk around the house to leave the house.
Now, a hornet is not a bee, but still, though, I understand the fear.
But now,
I understand the fear.
Getting stung by something.
That's incredible.
It is.
So I would have left that building.
Yeah.
I wouldn't even waited.
Away.
No, I would have left.
They brought in a beekeeper. The beekeeper removed the bees, and then they had the beekeeper throw out the first pitch 2 hours later.
That's awesome.
So great work getting that game done on time. Something else that was great that happened in baseball last night. We had a bit of a comeback by your Phils that we haven't had a chance to talk about. This is from the 9th inning in Los Angeles.
Fly ball, right field. That's pretty well hit. Going back is Adele to the wall. It is gone. Opposite field home run for Castellanos. He's just tied this baby up here in the 9th inning. And a high fly ball to deep left field. Ward's going back. He got turned around. It's gone into the Phillies bullpen. Rojas with his first home run of the year. The Phillies have scored 3 in the inning. They've taken the lead 7-5.
Listen to that
boy,
crowd.
Rojas.
Yes, that's good, Rojas.
Salciunas, apologies. Anyone?
Now, you should have a little more for...
Look, I have pointed it out. He's hitting what I wanted him to, at least 200, and he's doing better than that.
240-something.
Yeah, good job, Johan Rojas. Sometimes, believe it or not, I could be wrong. But the cool thing, Castellanos, that home run, he immediately knew it was gone, and you could tell, it was like, I think the weight of the world came off his shoulders. Now, I hope he can continue hitting the baseball, but it seemed like the weight of the world came off the shoulders of Nick Castellanos.
And day baseball today.
Day baseball today. Now, I know you have something else that we will get to at some point, because it was a clip that I loved hearing, and I'm sorry that, we went a little longer with Schefter today, so we didn't get to it. But A.J. Brown spoke about his future with the Eagles, and I think that's something that we can all celebrate. All right, coming up next, I told you I will get into it during the 8:30 segment. Tobias Harris, you said something to me when we were getting ready for the show today that was so spot on, and it's exactly how I feel. I'll tell you what that is next, and again, don't go away anywhere. At some point, we will ask the Schefter for your chance to win Sixers tickets to tomorrow night's games. Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Salciunas here on 97.5 The Fanatic. Listen closely. At some point during the rest of this hour, we will ask the Schefter question. I jotted it down. I have it in front of me.
Where are my Sixers tickets?
Well, if you get the question right, you could win.
I was listening.
You're going to have to call into the contest line when that happens, though. So
I got a phone right here. I leave it flipped over, but I got a phone right here.
So you might want to have that phone number handy. So I'll tell you, I'll ask the question at some point this hour for your chance to win the Sixers tickets for tomorrow night's game at the Wells Fargo Center when the Sixers take on the Knicks. Thank you so much to the Sixers for giving us these tickets because this is a pretty big ticket item.
It's a huge item.
But I will once again ask you, Sixers investors, not fans, Sixers investors, either go to the game yourself or make sure you're giving them to a Sixers fan because tomorrow night is a big night and I don't want the building to be not overtaken. Because there was still more Sixers. No, it was not overtaken, but it was noticeable that Knicks fans were there for games 3 and 4. So I need the Sixers fans who own the tickets. I'm not asking for a Sixers fan to spend a lot of money to buy a ticket. I'm saying those of you who are selling the tickets to either go yourself or to hand them over to a Sixers fan that would love to go. Don't sell them for as much money as you would. Make some money back. Or out of the kindness of your own heart, give them to your passionate Sixers neighbor or guy that you work with because we need every bit of Sixers fandom that we can get at the Wells Fargo Center tomorrow, and I can't believe that I'm even saying that.
I can't believe you have to say the words either. I mean, it's
but it was a story from games 3 and 4.
Again, it is from 5:30 this morning we checked to 7:30 this morning. 300 more pairs had been put on the market. Those are put on the market by Sixer fans, the majority of them in the lower bowl. That's bull crap.
And I give the Knicks fans credit for scooping them up.
So do I. Absolutely.
Because we would do the same thing.
Hopefully Sixers fans will.
Well, again, I'm not going to.
Other people who want to go to the game.
I'm not asking for Sixers fans to spend a lot of money. I'm asking for the investors, the Sixers investors, the fans, lightly, that are selling their tickets to, come on.
Don't call them fans.
Think about it a little bit.
Don't call them fans.
I want to talk about Tobias Harris a little bit this segment. So you said something to me before the show, which is exactly how I feel. And you said to me, and I'm paraphrasing, but I think I have the quote pretty much to a T.
Okay.
You said to me, that must have been so frustrating for you last night.
Yes.
Which is spot on. And
that's exactly what I said to
not because I rip him and he played well. No, it's frustrating because if you ever hear me talk about Tobias Harris, I know sometimes we tweet out the quotes and it's usually the hot button quote.
Oh yeah,
and it's usually the damning stuff that I say. I always, and I don't even want to say couch it. I'm real when I say it. I believe that Tobias Harris is a good basketball player. Okay. He averages around 20 a game every single year, has for the Sixers, for the Clippers, for the Pistons, for every team that he's been a part of. He has been I don't want to say gifted scorer, but a good scorer in the NBA.
Okay.
My biggest beef with Tobias Harris, not just shying away in big moments, has been not necessarily his fault. I don't think he has been an appropriate fit on any Sixers team. He's not a good enough catch-and-shoot three-point shooter, which he was 3 of 6 yesterday, so he's a 50% three-point shooter in last night's game. But he's not a good enough catch-and-shoot three-point shooter, which you've needed him to be with James Harden and Ben Simmons. He is a guy that I believe can be an aggressive scorer, but like Ben Simmons was at times, it seems like he shies away from it. He plays games where there's a night where Embiid's out and Maxey's a rookie. Maxey takes 16 field goal attempts. Harris takes 9. That shouldn't happen.
Okay.
There are things that bother me about Tobias Harris's game, but ultimately, I think he is a good scorer, can score the basketball whenever he wants. And also, you've pointed out his defense. He's not an excellent defender, but he is a willing defender, which that is more than what a lot of guys in the NBA are willing to give. Last night is a game where I feel like I can see this every single night. And it's not that every night he just misses shots. I would rather him go 0 of 10 in the second half It's the fact that he takes 2 field goal attempts, and you sometimes forget that he's on the team, and the only reason why you remember he's on the team is because he misses one of those 2 attempts in the second half, and you go, man, even when he does shoot, he misses. I'd rather him be more aggressive. Last night was a night where I go, this is what they probably signed him for.
This is what you expect. It's you're no, again, no lies detected. You didn't say anything there that is not true.
That's why last night is a frustrating
because you expect,
reminder.
You expect what he can be. You expect him to be able to deliver it. I always think that if you can't get close to what you do you should be able to get close to what you do in the regular season. They play more defense in the postseason.
Yes.
So a lot of times numbers will go down. But a lot of times for the all-time greats, numbers go up. He's not an all-time great.
No, of course
But you
not.
see games where we saw it with Embiid in Game 3. We saw it with Maxey last night. That you just expect if there was a floor standard for postseason Tobias Harris, and if you put it at 16, 8 boards, whatever, you'd be fine with it.
Yeah.
But he doesn't hit the floor enough.
And John, to your point, when you say there is more defense in the playoffs, that's accurate. But you know what they do? They focus on the opposing team stars. So they
do.
Focus on Embiid's getting double or triple teamed every single possession. You know Maxey's probably going to get double teamed at some point. There's no double teams on Tobias Harris. So maybe the guy that's guarding him is going to put a little bit more effort than they would during the regular season, but he's not getting a double team. He's not getting a triple team. He should be able to score close to his season average. I won't say every single night, but let's say they play 7 games in the series, it should be 4 times in a series. It shouldn't
be in a 7-game series. He should be able to deliver that to you 4 times.
Now I celebrate what he did last night because last night Maxey did his. You needed a secondary score, and Tobias Harris was that. At a lot of points in the game, and that should be celebrated. We should applaud him for it. But yes, when you said to me this morning before the show started, that must have been frustrated for you. You are spot on because I've seen too many times where he hasn't played like that, and it's not like last night he played like Kobe. He played like Tobias Harris.
And remember, though, too, is that we have to bring this same energy for where you do in the postseason. You need your stars to come through and give you star performances, especially when the season's on the line.
Yes.
We got it from one of the stars last night, not from the other. Okay. No, we need that tomorrow. No, but I mean, at some point.
Well, he gave you 52 games ago.
No, in Game 3, I'm talking close.
Yeah, when you were down 2-0, and if they lose that game, they're down 3-0, John.
I got you. Close out games.
Yes, I understand. I
line.
understand that's been the story. I understand.
It's the only
But you know
story.
what, John? Sometimes a star might not have a great game, so you need your other players to step up. And last night, Tyrese Maxey, Tobias Harris, Kelly Oubre stepped up. I have seen games where other star players have not played well in a playoff game.
I have too, but I haven't seen every single one. You're being ridiculous here. I have not seen every single closeout game.
Have you not been
but I'm saying it's every single one.
I've pointed out Joel Embiid had a bad game yesterday.
I know you have, but you're making it sound like I've seen other guys have bad games too. But you have not seen other stars, MVP-type players, that every time faced with the biggest game, the game you got to have, where they have come up small.
Well, I have.
Who's that?
James Harden.
Oh, jeez.
Chris Paul.
Oh, stop it with logic. No, it's the truth, though.
There
it's that same thing.
There are other. Like,
there
Joel
are guys
Embiid's not
like
the
that.
first ever superstar that is not stepped up.
But tomorrow night?
John, there's a reason why the NBA is like the only league where dynasties are always around. Because it's usually one team.
I think tomorrow night, I'll call it now. Tomorrow night, Joel Embiid will have his best performance ever in a closeout game for his career. And by the way,
That'd be great.
I got numbers on it for tomorrow. I believe he's going to have his best game that he's ever put together because at some point, it's got to happen. It's got to happen. And tomorrow night's the night to have it.
And at some point, Tobias Harris needed to step up. And
he did.
That happened last
He
night.
did. Hopefully it happens.
When Joel Embiid was not playing well, which is my biggest beef with Tobias Harris over these 5.5 years. Joel Embiid dropped 52 games ago.
He did.
Last night, he was struggling. And thankfully, the other star on this team, Tyrese Maxey, stepped up. And the role players, because that's what Tobias Harris is at this point.
Correct.
He is a role player. I don't look at him as a role player because he gets paid a max contract, and I do not ignore the contract. I've never ignored the contract. I never will ignore the contract. But in terms of his play, he's become a role player. And last night, he stepped up, and I'm celebrating that. But, yes, it is frustrating to see him finally step up. And I go, this should happen every single night because I'm not asking Tobias Harris to score 30. I'm asking Tobias Harris to score his season average when he's not getting double-teamed in the playoffs like Embiid is, like Maxey is, triple-teamed like Embiid is. He's got one-on-one matchups all the time.
Now's the time. Tomorrow night. Tomorrow night's the night. Tomorrow night's the night. And it would be really nice if we saw 2 games in a row where Tobias gave you that.
That would be, fantastic.
If Tobias could, maybe there's a confidence that's built off of this.
And look, he might not score 17 tomorrow.
No. But maybe there's...
But if Embiid's, like, let's say Embiid is scoring 35 and Maxey's scoring 35, there's only so many points to go around.
Absolutely.
But if he gives me a solid 14...
What if he gives you if he gave you 15 and 8 tomorrow night?
I'll take it.
You're very happy.
Unless it's 11 in the first half and 4 in the second half and he shies away again. It's a consistent 4 quarters, and he did that last night, and I celebrate that. All right, we did not ask the question, so clearly, next segment, because I told you I will not drag you along. Next segment, we will ask the Schefter question. The winner will get a pair of tickets to tomorrow night's Sixers game against the New York Knicks. And if you missed the Maxey montage earlier today, you'll hear that again next. Our associate producer, Brendan Gunn, put it together. Maxey Magic at the Madison Square Garden last night. You'll hear that next right here, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Now, a 76ers playoff update on 97.
tries to draw the foul, shoot the three, and makes it. And they do call the foul on Robinson. Maxey with a line drive three. And the Sixers make it 96-93 with 25.4 to go.
That was Tom McGinnis, the voice of Tom McGinnis from last night's Sixers victory against the Knicks. And you will hear that voice coming up at 1 o'clock on the midday show with Bob Cooney. So make sure you listen to Tom McGinnis today at 1. I believe Amy Fadul in with Bob today. I think today's Wednesday, right? So one more day of Amy, and then I think Bill Colarulo's in with Bob on Thursday and Friday. So make sure you listen to the midday show coming your way at 10 o'clock. All right. I'm going to ask the question. Then we will play the Maxey montage. And then whoever is on the line will answer said question. Know the Schefter for your chance to win the pair of Sixers tickets for tomorrow night's game. The question. Adam Schefter mentioned that ESPN had a probability chart of the Eagles selecting both Quinyon Mitchell and Cooper DeJean. What was Quinyon Mitchell's percentage chance of going to the Eagles? And what was Cooper DeJean's percentage chance? You have to get both right because this is a pretty big ticket, man. Game 6, Sixers-Knicks. The percentage chance that Quinyon Mitchell was going to go to the Eagles and the percentage chance that Cooper DeJean was going to go to the Eagles. What were those answers? 215-263-0975. First caller that gets the answer right, 215-263-0975 will win the pair of tickets for tomorrow night's Sixers game. Let's relive last night, Maxey Magic at Madison Square Garden.
NBA playoff basketball is on the air with the New York Knicks leading this series 3-1. They play host to the Philadelphia 76ers with that one victory back at the center in Game 3. And tonight, Game 5. And for the Sixers needing to stay alive with a win to keep their playoff hopes alive. Maxey for three, outside left, bullseye. He puts it in. A crossover dribble on McBride, and he pours in a triple. Maxey, 3 threes, 29 points, Sixers by 5. And the Sixers, they have to play pitch perfect with 4:40 to go, down 6. Embiid wants it on the wing. Maxey with a feed. Embiid catches on the near wing against Robinson. Back to Tyrese, deep three by Maxey is good. Maxey nails it from outside left. Sixers got a score here. Maxey on a drive, bangs into Brunson, puts it up and in, and a foul on Brunson. Maxey took it upon himself. All the way into the backcourt to Maxey, who catches it, gets a screen, leans in, tries to draw the foul, shoots the three, and makes it. And they do call the foul on Robinson. Maxey with a line drive three, and the Sixers make it 96-93 with 25.4 to go. Sixers inbound down 3, 97-94. Season on the line. Maxey's got the ball, looking to go to overtime. Maxey for a three, straight away. It's good. 8 seconds to go. He made it. Sixers tied at 97. Got to stop Brunson. Brunson with the ball. Brunson driving. Brunson with a shot. It's over the backboard. Sixers knocking out of bounds. The buzzer sounds. Overtime. Maxey fist pumping. He's flexing here in New York. Tyrese Maxey keeps the Sixers season alive right in front of the celebrities. He's the star in Gotham City. I think the Sixers got to go to Maxey here. Maxey with the ball. Maxey on the right side. Backs up. Shoots a three. It's in the air. And it's good again. So another three by Maxey. Hart almost stepped over the line. They get it to McBride. 3 seconds. McBride for three. It's up. It's no good. And the Sixers keep their season alive.
All right, there's the Maxey montage after that incredible performance by him. Incredible win for the Sixers. Maxey in the second half. I've been telling you the fourth quarter line. Second half for Maxey, 10 of 14, 5 of 6 from 3, 6 assists, 26 points in the second half en route to an overtime victory over the New York Knicks. All right, the question for the Sixers-Knicks tickets, know the Schefter. What was the percentage chance that the Eagles would acquire Quinyon Mitchell? And what was the percentage chance that the Eagles would acquire Cooper DeJean?
69%. No, it was not, Joel.
That is incorrect.
And you don't need tickets. You're going to be there.
Joel will be there. Let's go to, similar name, Andrew in Medford. I did not pick Andrew. Trust me when I say that.
What's up, Andrew?
Andrew, what are the answers for your chance to win the tickets for tomorrow night?
What's up, guys? It was 6% for Kenyon and 3% for Coop.
That is correct. Now, I have to say this one thing, and I have to make it clear, Andrew, before I put you on hold and we get your information.
We know where these seats are.
You better not freaking sell these tickets.
Oh, that's not a chance. Not a chance.
You know why?
I'm going. I just got to find someone to go with me.
You know why? Because you're a real fan, Andrew. You are a
That's
real
awesome.
fan. All right, congratulations, brother. Enjoy yourself tomorrow night. That's awesome. I'm happy for you.
Yeah, we know where the seats are.
Yeah, don't you dare sell
Hell,
those
you better
tickets.
not sell those
All
tickets.
you investors. Don't you dare. All right.
Don't call yourself a fan.
9
If you're an
o'clock hour
investor.
coming your way next.
Investor.
I want to bring this question back up. And I want to talk about it during the final hour on the phone lines and the text line, 610-632-0975. Are you back in? Are you still in? You never left? Or, like somebody apparently said last night, is this just delaying the inevitable? Are you back on board? I hope you are. Game 6 tomorrow night. We'll be bringing the energy during the show tomorrow, but we still got another hour left to play today. It's Kincade and Salciunas right here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Sixers steal game.
us on this absolute beautiful Wednesday morning.
Looks amazing out there.
Oh, yeah, it does. Again, I think I said this the other day. I don't care if it's a monsoon outside. After
Today's
a Sixers playoff victory, I'm happy. I don't care what the weather is, but it is an added bonus that the weather is very nice. So we get to enjoy the good weather while also being in a great mood because the Sixers won last night and extend the series, and they'll be playing tomorrow night, Game 6 at the Wells Fargo Center. Now, I want you to answer this question for us on the phone lines and the text line, 610-632-0975. If you were not really invested emotionally last night, you watched, because I'm sure a lot of people watched. I saw social media. Social media was buzzing yesterday.
It was certainly buzzing.
Both negative and positive, right? Because for the majority of the game, it was negative, but they ended up getting the win. Are you back on board? Are you back on the emotional investment train? We would love to hear from you, 610-632-0975, either on the phone line or the text line. Coming up around 9:10, we do this every single Wednesday. We play the 5 best minutes from Adam Schefter, who joined us earlier in the show. A lot of great reaction to the NFL draft. A lot of great things about Howie Roseman were said by Schefty. So if you missed it earlier, we'll play that coming your way at 9:10. I'm also going to bring something up later on this hour, a moment when I thought the game was over yesterday. In a bad way.
We all had one.
We all had a moment. I will tell you.
I was confident the whole way.
Oh, yeah, sure you were. Bull. I will tell you around 9:30 the exact moment I thought the Sixers lost yesterday. Now, on Twitter. So I want John. I'm going to let John address something.
Okay, what's that?
So first off, Dylan McKinnon, who's becoming a Twitter troll.
I enjoy his trolling, though. It is fun.
He puts out, but he subtweets a lot. Don't think I don't see it, Dylan.
Yes, he does.
So today he had the stones to tag us, Dylan. He says, obviously we needed more scoring-wise and fewer turnovers from Embiid last night. But can we also acknowledge that without his defense, they lose that game? Dylan?
If he had listened to the show.
Dylan, you are doing what we hate. The people that only read a headline, the people that only read a tweet, the people that only read the pre-show tweet and don't understand what we're about to actually say. Dylan, we have talked about it a lot today. Joel Embiid, ultimately, I think grand scheme, you might lean more bad game than good.
Oh, absolutely.
9 turnovers almost cost them the game. His uncharacteristic poor shooting performance, if it wasn't for Maxey going off, let's face it, if Maxey doesn't score 46 points last night, they lose that game.
No question.
Right? If he finishes with 36 points, they lose that game.
42.
42, they lose that game.
Right.
If he doesn't hit that shot.
Exactly.
And the sad thing is, let's say he misses that shot and Maxey finishes with 43 points. We would not be coming in here today talking about the great game of Tyrese Maxey. We would be talking about the season coming to an end, and Joel Embiid did not play well yesterday. That's what we would end up talking about. But because they won, we do look for the areas in how they won the game. And so, Dylan, we talked about this. Joel Embiid diving on the floor in overtime is something that I have not seen Joel Embiid do a lot. And a lot of it is because of injury, and he probably can't do it all that often. But him diving on the floor, 4 block shots is not something to ignore, which we haven't ignored.
And we didn't.
16 rebounds we have talked about. 10 assists we have talked about. The big steal he had against Brunson yesterday, we have talked about. Joel Embiid is part of the reason why they won that game last night.
When you do this job and you do it without agenda, or whether you're just trying to prove your point, you can talk about both sides of an argument.
Right.
You can celebrate. I've celebrated today. The 16 rebounds. Celebrated it. It's awesome. His turning it on in overtime.
Yes.
His performance in overtime. Looked different than he looked the entire game.
It was his best.
It was.
I can't say quarter because it's only 5 minutes, but it was his best stretch of the game.
Unless you're sitting behind one of these mics and you're just trying to prove your point, you can talk about both things. And you can be positive, you can be negative, but what you can be is truthful. And Joel Embiid was truthful after the game when he said, I was terrible.
Yeah, he literally said he was terrible. I can also say, look, Embiid could have had more than 10 assists because early on when he's getting double and triple teamed,
there were a lot of looks that were
he was making great passes that weren't going in. Like you said, I can always spin it any way I want, but I am truthful when I do this show. And look, it takes a lot for me to be critical of Joel Embiid.
You are one of his biggest fanboys but you do keep it.
I keep it real.
You try to keep it between the lines.
And last night, he did things that is the reason why you won the game. He also did things as the reason why it had to go to overtime because of 9 turnovers. Now, Tyler on Twitter checks in.
Okay.
And I had a run-in with Tyler a couple weeks ago. I actually almost bought him a Chick-fil-A sandwich. He refused to.
What are you talking about?
So, when the Brickin' for Chicken happened against the Heat,
okay.
I put out a tweet saying, like, man, if Brickin' for Chicken is really the reason why the Sixers season turns around, I'm going to get Chick-fil-A tomorrow. And I did. You guys I put out the picture.
You said
and
you were going to
everything.
do it all week.
I did. I got French
did?
fries the next day with the Chick-fil-A sauce.
Okay, good.
Because I didn't have French fries
Those
the
are
previous
good.
day. They're
Those are
delicious.
good, yeah.
And so Tyler responded with, shut up, mush. And then the Sixers won. And I was like, oh, who's the mush now, right? And we celebrated the victory together. I offered to Venmo him enough money for a Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich. And he refused. He said, no, I'm just happy they won.
So what's he doing to you now?
No, he's not doing anything to me. He's doing something to you. And I'm going to give you the opportunity
Am I
to
tagged in it?
respond. You are.
Okay.
So it's in response to Dylan's tweet. Tyler says, let's be real. Kincade just hates Embiid because he is a product of the process. It's really as simple as that. The dude can't even admit it. I'd love to call the show, but I can't. I don't have time to wait on hold, which is fine.
That's fine. And he can text
and that's
us
why
or
you can
tweet.
text in
That's good.
or
tweet
in.
We
and
love it.
Because you tweeted in, we are not. Well, John's not going to run from it. So I would like for you to respond to that because you have been adamant that you've been anti-process from the beginning.
I absolutely was.
So
that
your
has nothing
response
to do with
that tweet.
That has nothing to do with the players that were selected in the process. The idea of my franchise, my favorite franchise in the NBA, doing what I considered a clownish attempt at a rebuild, has nothing to do with the players that were picked. To me, they were just subject to being in the position that they got taken. And more importantly, Embiid, I celebrated like hell when Embiid got picked because I didn't think he was going to be available. And he wouldn't have been available if he was healthy.
Well, and the Sixers, if they got the first overall pick, which is it would have been Wiggins. Hashtag winless for Wiggins.
And it would have been Wiggins. So I was thrilled that little twist of fate happened. If you've ever listened to the show, and I don't know that he does or if he just tweets, if you've ever listened to the show, I will always celebrate what Embiid does great, and not celebrate what he doesn't. And more importantly, you can celebrate regular season things. Maybe he thinks this, and he could have gotten this from where I don't give a damn about the MVP. But I don't give a damn about any MVP.
Yeah, you didn't care about Maxey's most improved player.
I love Bryce Harper. I don't care about an individual award. I root for laundry. And maybe that's a deficiency on my point. I root for the laundry. I root for whoever's wearing the jersey, whoever's wearing the sweater for the Flyers or whatever it is. I root for the team. So I don't care about individual awards. So maybe he takes that. And so maybe I gave him an impression of that. If you have not heard me, the compliments for Joel Embiid for what he's accomplished are far, far outnumber the detractor. But what I will tell you is this. I expect if you're an MVP and you're a great player, that what you do is you show up in the biggest of times and the biggest of stages. Tyrese Maxey showed me last night that he can do that. Joel Embiid has never shown me that.
See, now that's unfair.
No, it's not.
That's unfair. Because when they're down 2-0, and I know that's not an elimination game, if you go down 3-0, you're Mr. Kincaid's calculator. What's the percentage chance of coming back from a 3-0 series?
It is not a.
Now you're splitting hairs, Johnny.
No, it's not splitting hairs. It is elimination games. And by the way, a lot of the elimination games I'm speaking of were games where you were down 3-2 in a series. Or you were tied 3-3 in a series.
That can be your level of argument, but that is not fair to the player.
Again, it is fair because it's a compliment. It is absolutely an apples-to-apples comparison. It is not a 2-0 game. It's not a game 3 of a series. It's a game 6, a game 7, a game 5, and that is what the comparison is. Whether you don't like my comparison or not, I don't care whether you like what my standard is. A elimination game is an elimination game.
But
it's happened down 3-2. It's happened 3-3 in series. It happened last night in a 3-1 series. The results have been the same.
But it feels arbitrary.
It's not arbitrary. In fact, it's the exact opposite of arbitrary.
I'm speaking to Kincaid's calculator here.
Sir.
Of the 154 times an NBA team was down 3-0 in a series, only 4 of them forced a game 7 They never won the series.
It never usually happens. 7%.
If the Sixers went down 3-0, I think we would all say series over.
I would. I don't know why we're
dropped,
changing. I don't know why we're changing. There is enough talking.
But that was a major game where he dropped 50 and put the team on his back.
But you're asking me to answer a question, and then you're telling me I'm not answering it to your liking. It is an elimination game, and we've had some again at 3-3 in a series. We've had some at 3-2 in a series, and last night was a 3-1. Last night was the most dire of all time.
John, we're accepting your answer. We're just saying that if you're going to answer it that way, there are going to be people who think you're anti-Embiid.
But it's not. It won't be because, again, if I came in today and said the 16 rebounds don't matter, I don't give a damn about the 16 rebounds. I don't give a damn about his effort in overtime. Then I can't, Connor, I cannot worry about somebody who is so invested in what their opinion is that they're going to go, well, then he hates him. I've heard it from hosts on the station. Tyrone loves to use the hate.
Okay.
You don't hate.
I'm not telling you to worry about it.
I'm saying no, but what I'm saying to you is I can't worry whether someone thinks my opinion is exactly the opposite of arbitrary. It is a defined over a series of years where we have tons of data to go off of. It's not arbitrary. And tomorrow night, I truly believe tomorrow night. I just feel it in my bones. Tomorrow night is going to be the night where
he says, right?
Where he says,
He said bones, right?
Where he is going to step up to the plate on a big stage at a big moment and show us who he is.
Now, one more thing before we get to the 5 best minutes of Adam Schefter. And this is to the opposite side where there are people that go way too far with the Embiid love. So Pacifico checks in. He did not tag you. He tagged me in the station. He said John only sees his own point of view about Embiid. Joel carried us and had a triple-double last night. He did not carry them last night.
No.
Oh my
Tyrese
gosh.
Maxey carried them last night. I understand he had a triple-double last night, but if Maxey does not score 46 points, they do not win that game last night. And we're talking about does Embiid have it and all that kind of stuff. Because they won, the conversation's different, and he's part of the reason why they won. But you can't say, Pacifico, and I appreciate you listening, you can't say that Embiid carried them because it was the Maxey show last night.
And more importantly, listen to the analyst on the TNT game. Listen to the analyst on our own.
I don't need to listen to analysts.
No, but listen
I
to
tell
guys,
you all the time.
No, what I'm saying.
You listen too much.
They flat out, I disagree. I disagree that these are educated minds of basketball. And Ala Al-Dunabi last night, he had the most verbal takedown of Joel Embiid I've ever heard.
I did not need Ala Al-Dunabi to tell me that he was making careless passes.
I understand.
I saw it with my own eyes.
You rarely see it, and you rarely hear it.
Yeah.
Where this is unacceptable. This is absolutely unacceptable.
It was unacceptable.
Hopefully tomorrow night is not. He didn't carry them last night anywhere.
No.
Anywhere.
But in overtime, he
did.
played well.
He did.
He stepped up. He played like a star.
And all those
in the
things
biggest
have been
moment.
said all day. So
Yes.
I can't worry if someone goes, well, I'm ignoring what he says that's good. I'm just going to concentrate on what he says that's bad.
But I just wanted to give you your chance to respond to
appreciate that.
Tyler, who
Thank you, Tyler.
does not have time to call in and talk about.
That's why we have the text line, too, which is
And,
great.
yeah,
And that's
you can
good
call
stuff.
in, text in.
And tweet, and that's awesome.
Absolutely. All right, here are the 5 best minutes from our conversation earlier today with the great Adam Schefter. Shefty, good morning. How are you today?
That was a heck of a win last night for the Sixers. A lot of grit, that was impressive. I was impressed by it.
Is Howie Roseman a GM superstar? Because there are a lot of people that have just been saying it was a bit of a master's class in not only letting the board come to him, but his aggressiveness of picking up future picks.
I think the Eagles owner, Jeffrey Lurie, in the first round was like, we're not trading up. We're not moving up like we always move up. No, we're not moving up. Mr. Lurie, just sit back, relax, and enjoy the show. And that's exactly what happened. I mean, if I had said to you last week before the draft kicked off that the Eagles would come out of this draft with Quinyon Mitchell, Cooper DeJean, and 3 added picks for next year, I mean, what would be your reaction?
I would have said no way.
No chance. No. By the way, ESPN did a probability chart that Quinyon Mitchell would be available to the Eagles, and it was like 6%. And then the fact that Cooper DeJean would make his way to Philly in the second round, I know they traded up. I got it. But they consider the odds for that to be 3%, so to have a 6% shot and a 3% shot come in the way they did, that was incredible. And again, and I just think, not only did they get the roster better for this year, and by the way, they also, right before the draft, signed A.J. Brown to that extension, which gets done ahead of Justin Jefferson, ahead of C.D. Lamb, ahead of Jamar Chase, ahead of these big other wide receiver deals before A.J. Brown's contract becomes any more of an issue. They now have both receiver deals done. They don't have to worry about these deals getting done. Then you go out and get 3 more picks for next year, too. And there's other picks that they made and other moves that they made, but 8 trades in all, which, by the way, tied the record that they set last year when they made 8 trades again. So they're just having their way at that time, just doing what they want, controlling the draft, manipulating it, letting it come, doing whatever it takes, knowing when to move, knowing when not to move. And, yeah, it's impressive to watch. And you think, that was the dream scenario. I come back to the conversation we had about a month ago, and you're like, John, you wanted them to trade for players. I said, they're going to sit back and they're going to re-sign some of their own guys. Well, who have they re-signed since then? Devontae Smith, A.J. Brown, Jordan Mailata. They got 2 more cornerbacks.
Landon Dickerson.
Well, yeah, but
still, it's awesome. Sure.
That was the start of free agency, but we had this conversation about 2 weeks into free agency, maybe 3. And you're like, well, are they going to trade for somebody? And I'm like, I don't know if that's happening. Not that I know of. I don't think that that's on the radar this year. But since then, they've made all these moves, and you can't not like everything they've done. You just can't. They've maximized their resources.
Schefter, I understand why Quinyon Mitchell falls to 22 when the first half of the draft is all offensive players. The first 15 players selected were offensive players. Any reason why Cooper DeJean falls out of day 1? Because a lot of people do the big boards and their mock drafts had him going in the first round. He falls to 40 when the Eagles jump up and trade for him. Any reason why DeJean falls to day 2?
Nothing in particular other than I think some people viewed him as a potential safety in the NFL, and safeties don't have as much value, and he'll obviously have the chance to prove that he can play corner. But because of that, that would be my guess as to why he fell to just 40. It's still prime slot. It's still at the top of the second round. Probably not quite as high as some people thought. That happens. There are players that slide from mid to late first-round picks into the early part of the second round all the time. It happened to be turn this year.
Adam, so Quinyon Mitchell, Eagles select him 22nd overall, and now we're kind of waiting to see what else do the Eagles do with the secondary. That does not mean acquiring players. That could be moving on from a player. Do you think Quinyon Mitchell, the selection of him, might mean something about the future of James Bradbury here in Philadelphia?
Well, I think it gives them options. I don't know if they're looking to deal a cornerback, but if there's a team that needs a cornerback and wants to pay up for a guy who didn't perform as well as they had hoped last year, then fine. But I don't know off the top of my head that they're looking to move off him. I think you want to accumulate as much talent as you can, give yourself options, and see where it goes. But, again, they came out of that as good as they could with all the players and picks that they had. It was hard to imagine that they could get all that done, but they did.
All right, there's the 5 best minutes from our conversation earlier today with Adam Schefter. And, of course, it was also the Know the Schefter. Connor, I'll tell you next.
Uh-oh. What?
You maybe tipped it off?
I may have tipped off the answer.
He was tipping his pitches, Connor.
I was tipping them.
Uh-oh.
Yep.
I was going to say a joke, but I'll keep that to myself.
Yeah, please don't.
Yeah, I already thought John said something else earlier today. All right, coming up next, I will be honest with you guys, and I think you guys can be as well. The moment we all said, well, season over last night, I will tell you my exact answer, and I think we got an unlikely hero that may have changed the season.
Uh-oh.
I'll tell you who that is next. The moment we thought the season was over from last night's game, and was I tipping my hand? It's Kincade and Salciunas right here, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Schefter in a bag. You can get yours today at Home Depot and Lowe's. And for details, go to Bagster.com.
It is 9:28 on Kincade and Salciunas on this Wednesday morning. Man, tomorrow night, 9 o'clock, Sixers-Knicks. Look, I hate that it's a 9 o'clock tip-off for multiple reasons. But, man, now I have to wait till 9 o'clock. Like, what do you do until 9 o'clock for a playoff game? I mean, that's I
got no idea.
Now, look, having a kid kind of keeps me busy. He kind of keeps me busy. But 9 o'clock, I mean, Connor, you're a single man. What do you do till 9 o'clock?
Dude, I almost shed a tear. I read through the Phillies schedule yesterday because I wanted to see when their next West Coast road trip was. They're just finishing up in L.A., and it's not till like August that they go to the West Coast where it's not on a weekend. I'm like, thank God, no more sleeping all day to watch a game at 9. Yeah, so I guess I'll just go take a nap for 6 hours.
Yeah, 6 hour nap.
You can still nap.
I don't think you can call that a nap.
No, I don't think 6 hours.
6 hours is not.
No, that's a sleep.
By the way, they tell you during chemo what a nap officially is. It should never extend more than between an hour and 15, hour and 30.
Oh, big nap can go screw themselves. I'm taking it. Yeah, no chance is that.
It just gives you your life back.
That's like the serving size of M&M's is like 2 M&M's.
Yeah, that's
Kick
below.
rocks.
Oh, if you eat one M&M, you have to run a football field for it to
Who
burn
said
off.
that?
Christy told
Big
me.
M&M, dog.
What?
Apparently, that's like a scientific thing. You have to run 100 yards to burn off one M&M. That's ridiculous.
I don't listen to that.
No, neither do I. Screw that. All right. Last night. So two things. I want to get into two things this segment, and I also want to get some text ready, Connor, because I feel bad. We haven't gotten to the text line as much today. You can text in or call in 610-632-0975. Let me get this one out of the way first. I don't care that Joel Embiid said he loves New York City. I don't care. I could sense that you're a little bothered by it. If I won the lottery, I probably won't live here anymore. I might move to Florida. I might move to somewhere where it's warm and sunny and
Phillies Braves series, playoff series. Bryce Harper says, Atlanta's my favorite city in the world. Come on. It just is. I love it. Atlanta's my favorite city in the world.
Well, whose favorite city would ever be Atlanta? New York it's New York.
Well, he lives. He's got a place like 3 hours away. I mean, he's got a house.
He's got a house in New York.
You wouldn't want to say. You just don't need to hear it. Why do we need to hear that? It's just all I ask.
I don't know. He just says stuff.
I was not even
exactly. He just says.
But John,
stuff.
I wasn't even remotely bothered by it.
It doesn't matter whether
I saw it last night. I wasn't even remotely bothered by it.
I just think it's very strange.
You remember our conversation where you were worried after the final game of the regular season about Joel Embiid's health? And I said, you're jumping at the opening credits to a horror movie. We'll have plenty of stuff to be scared about. This is like the opening credit. There's plenty of stuff to be annoyed about that Embiid's going to give us, that the Sixers are going to give us. I can't worry about that.
By the way, I was right about that, right?
Well,
they lied to us.
He dropped 50 in Game 3.
But I'm hearing he's hurt. So what is he? Can't have both. Can't have both. I believe he hurt himself in the second to the last game, and then.
Joel Embiid fine is like California sober. Is he really fine? No, but like he's fine enough.
And look, you're not alone with being annoyed by what he said. You're not. I see it all over social media.
Come on.
I just 0% bother. 0% bother that Joel Embiid said New York City's his favorite city.
I just don't understand why you have to say it.
Why
every thought that comes in your head, again, you don't have to say. In the middle of a New York Philly series, just like you don't have to say, I want to win a championship in Philly or wherever else I am. Like you don't have to say you can have a filter. You're allowed to have a filter, and grown men usually have them. They usually do.
I think he's a grown man.
Well, they usually do.
We've also complimented his maturity in some of his other answers. So
I think today's had a good day.
Well,
he had some good commentary.
He said that last night. So
yeah, it's just nuts.
It doesn't bother me. All right, the other thing. The moment you thought they lost yesterday, and I have a very specific moment, and it's amazing because it was a Tyrese Maxey moment. Maxey was their best player last night. Maxey dropped 17 points in the fourth quarter yesterday. But when he missed those 2 free throws, this was not me saying, screw you, Maxey. I just thought, That's it. When Tyrese Maxey missed the 2 free throws in the fourth quarter last night, I thought that was the moment they lost the game. And here, I'll get your answers, but take a listen to this clip. Maxey, after the game, talking about one of his teammates who we should celebrate as a hero tonight.
I just missed those 3 free throws, man. I'm going to give a quick shout out to Buddy Hield because I was on the bench and I was really upset. I was really upset with myself. I missed 3 free throws, turned the ball over, and Buddy Hield just kind of grabbed me and said, listen, dude, like, you know what you can do. Go out there, make up for it. And I really do appreciate Buddy for that, man. I know it's going to go unnoticed, but it was big time for him.
I love that.
I love the fact that he acknowledged him, and I'm hoping there's still going to be a Buddy Hield moment this postseason. You know what I mean? Like
if he plays.
That might have been it.
No. Here's what I'm thinking is maybe this matchup is just crappy for Buddy Hield. And
could be.
And maybe he ends up that there's something where he
could
can
have been.
help out.
So the Sixers at that point, by the way, were down 80-77. And when he missed the 2 free throws, and then the Knicks go down and score and make it 82-77, I go,
you thought that was it?
Oh, damn, that's it. But then Tobias hits the big shot, makes it a 3-point game, and then you know what ends up happening. But that moment, hand to God, when he missed those 2 free throws, and then it was OG Anunoby scored on the other end, I said, damn, that's it.
Who hit the 2? Who hit the last 2 in regulation for the Knicks?
The last 2 in regulation.
The last 2
Hart hit 2 free throws.
He had 1 of 2. He missed the free throw.
That's right. He missed the second free throw.
That opened the door.
McBride. And that was that tweet that you were not a coward, Connor. You did not delete your tweet that you put out last night, whereas there was a guy that deleted saying, oh, the dagger, season over for the Sixers.
Well, I'm going to tell you, that would have been, to me, if you're talking about a moment where I was just sitting there more in frustration. But that was the moment.
Well, that puts them up 6 with 25 seconds left. Timeout Sixers, and then Maxey hits the 2 threes. What was yours, Connor?
Yeah, that was it.
That was it.
That has to be because they burned their last time out. Maybe it was Josh Hart on the line with the chance to pretty much ice it. The fact that he missed 1 of 2. You fraud, shooting 8 billion% in the first couple games. Yeah, how those free throws feel. But no, it had to be that one.
And then Maxey pulling up and hitting that 3 is just absolutely ridiculous. And then look, I know I've shown love a few times, but Nick Batum deserves a lot of love too. That block on Brunson.
No, it was huge.
That's a tough shot. I don't know if it's going in, but knowing the Sixers' history, that shot's going in.
It's going to bounce up in the air, then bounce back, then bounce off the boards.
I literally said, I had a buddy show up during the game that was sitting next to me, and I literally leaned over after Brunson got the ball, was going down with like 6 seconds. I said, here it comes. I'll see you later.
Now you talk about how miserable you are to watch a game with.
Yes.
Like that. Your buddy shows up like halfway through the game.
Yeah.
Does your buddy know to just come and shut up?
I might have said 2 words to him.
Okay,
I don't know
good,
that he said any to me.
Okay, good.
But your 2 words were at the end saying this is it.
No,
3 words.
I appreciate that about Connor, though. He's very self-aware of that.
All right, what have got on the text line there, Connor?
We got a bunch of people checking in on whether or not they're going back in, if they're emotionally invested. Deshaun checks in, says, I'm emotionally invested after that win. It hurt seeing New York take over our stadium after seeing Embiid struggle and the team picking him up. I'm 1,000% invested.
All right, that's awesome.
Okay, good to hear that.
All right.
We have another one. Ashton from Chester County checks in and says they think that Embiid is due for a crazy game in Game 6, but isn't it insane that in a bad Embiid game, he had a triple-double as a plus 14, and he gets 2 key plays. And he says, shout out to Mike Muscala for the Tyrese Maxey thing.
Oh, absolutely.
Again, they're inviting Mike Muscala to his and fiance's wedding. They're just sending him a random invite to see if he'll show up.
I hope, Mike, I hope the Moose goes. That'd be great.
What else does he have going on?
But to the first part of that text, Embiid played poorly yesterday, but he did do other things that really helped the Sixers win, and he did things that I have not seen him do in his career. Look, he's dived for balls before, and we used to yell at him for it. Remember early on, he was diving into the crowd. His first year, we're like, what are you doing? You missed 2 seasons. Don't dive into the crowd. He did some things last night, especially in overtime, where you go, all right, that was big. And, yeah, it is crazy. Like, if you watch the game I think a lot of Sixers fans that have the take that he had, like, a great game last night are looking at the box score this morning.
Right.
Yes.
If you watch the game, I don't think anybody was saying in real time Embiid is having a good game. When you look at the box score, yes, it's amazing. How many times have we talked about, that was a quiet 30-point game or a quiet 20-point game? That's a quiet triple-double. And he made some gritty plays, and I give him a lot of credit for that.
I will go to my BetParks app tomorrow and bet every Joel Embiid over.
Everyone?
Every one.
All right.
I just haven't. Remember I told you before Game 3 I was feeling a comfortable win.
I don't want to hear from you.
I'm going to feel it.
Parlay it.
I feel that's not a bad idea.
Parlay it. Don't be a coward.
No, don't listen to him. He still owes us a limb. I don't want to hear it, Salciunas, Mr. Cash Out.
That's the truth.
I cashed out.
Chop a finger off and talk.
Let's go to Graf and Media. What's up, Graf?
What's up, buddy?
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Good.
Wonderful.
Yeah, well, the entire world thought they were going to lose last night, so it's a nice little surprise waking up this morning to a W.
Yep.
I just want to follow up real quick with John.
Yes, sir.
I know you don't hate Joel Embiid.
Thank you, buddy.
But I do think it's important because I feel like a lot of people do overlook his health overall. I'm not saying it's an excuse because obviously he dropped 50 points the other night, but my man's been handed the short stick. It seems like his whole career. And
It
to be honest
does.
with you,
He's snake bitten.
It's kind of sad. Like it really
Graf,
is.
when he said after Game 3, I forget it was Game 2 or Game 3, when he opened up and was like, it was after the Bell's palsy thing. He goes, I asked myself, why me? Like that's sad, man. Yeah,
it's sad, dude, and it's like it's good to see him play basketball. I think part of the thing about being an MVP overall is recognizing when you're not on and utilizing the skills that you have to ensure the fact that the player who is on is doing his best.
I agree.
I mean, JoJo having 10 assists last night, the majority of them all were to Tyrese Maxey off of pick and rolls and beautiful three-point
And he could have had more.
He could have had more early
Graf,
on.
as Anderson.
Sure.
Think of it. When it was 5-0 and they missed like 4 shots in a row.
Those are all could have been
it was,
assists.
and I think there were like 3 potential assists there from Embiid.
Yeah, for sure. I think he did well for a guy who was not feeling it 100% last night. The thing about Tobias Harris, and I texted Andrew last night, he's the worst contract, in my opinion, in Philadelphia sports history. The man was 7. He had 7 points game 1, 10 points game 2, 8 points game 3, 10 points game 4, and then winds up pulling off 17 points last night. It's the most aggravating thing imaginable. If he had 15 points in game 2, we would have been talking about
This isn't the day for
but
this.
you're going to celebrate the fact that he scored 17 last night.
Of course, I'm going to be happy with the fact he celebrated.
No, but it's frustrating. I totally get your feeling, man. I appreciate the call, Graf. I totally get that feeling.
I do too, but today's not the day for that.
No, but I felt comfortable bringing up in a whole segment like, hey,
you were very fair.
I wish he could do this every single night because I see him do it during the regular season.
You were fair.
And he stepped up and played well last night. If he did not play the way that he played last night, they lose that game even with Maxey's 46 because Harris stepped up in other areas and times when they were not scoring. He made a big bucket in the fourth quarter yesterday. I got to give Tobias Harris his flowers for that. All right, we got the Kincade and Salciunas Key 3 best minutes of today's show coming up next. And also our crossover with one Bob Cooney. Can't wait to hear what Bob has to say for a few minutes because he doesn't want to do everything before his show about his thoughts on last night's Sixers game. We talk to Bobby next. Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Bob Cooney.
Salciunas on this beautiful, beautiful, beautiful Wednesday morning. Want to let you know about the Fanatic Deal of the Week. Get a taste of Philly brewing history with the Fanatic Deal of the Week. This week only, get a $50 gift card for Von C. Brewing Company in Norristown for just $25. Get this exclusive offer while supplies last at 975thefanatic.com/deals. That could be a great gift for mom for Mother's Day. Speaking of Mother's Day, head to 975thefanatic.com and enter for a chance to win $2,000 for mom in the Mother's Day nationwide contest sponsored by Pilates Florist. Make mom's Mother's Day special with beautiful flowers from Pilates Florist. Now with 3 locations to serve you, visit pilatesflorist.com. And because I just looked at one of my notes on this sheet, Connor, I got to let you know, I tipped my hand during the Know the Schefter.
Oh, no. What did you
did.
do?
You really did.
When he said that Quinyon Mitchell was a 6% chance and Cooper DeJean was a 3% chance, I immediately jotted that down. We're on YouTube. So a lot of people thought that must be what the question will be.
You have a tell.
I have a tell. Now I have to, but
I think that was.
I might have to go to the film room and work on that and know not to do that next time we play a game like that. But I want to thank everybody who did try calling in. Our man Joe K, 13 times he tried calling to the contest line. He also sent us his notebook of all the notes he took during the interview.
That's amazing.
And Jonesy, at Little Bits on Twitter, put together the notes on the phone, all the notes they took. So amazing. I appreciate the attempts. I'm sorry that we can only give away 1 pair of tickets. Congratulations to our man Andrew who called in and won the tickets. He'll be going tomorrow night. All right, it's time now for the Kincade Salciunas Key 3.
Now, the Kincade Salciunas Key 3. Today's best.
And then it got fun.
Win it, man. Oh, my God. Tyrese Maxey. What you said yesterday toward the end of the show, John, you wanted to see something, and it wasn't the big man stepping up. You wanted to see Tyrese Maxey step up, and you absolutely got your freaking wish.
Number one thing I wanted to see last night. That was it, because I knew that Joel Embiid's history in big closeout games, I wasn't expecting a lot, because I've sort of said I'm not going to get back on that train and expect him to carry them. And what Tyrese Maxey did last night was say, I hope you were watching. Hope everybody was watching, because on the biggest stage at the biggest time, the kid came through in spades. It was awesome.
46 points for Tyrese Maxey, 9 assists, 5 rebounds in 52 minutes. Of
course, that might be the biggest thing.
There will be some things that we will be critical about last night. You mentioned the big man, Joel Embiid. Not a good game yesterday. It is okay. We can put our big boy pants on and point out when somebody has a bad game when you expect a lot out of that player.
Are we allowed? I just want to make sure. Is it hating?
No.
I just want to make sure it's not hating.
Point out that Joel Embiid having 9 turnovers absolutely cannot happen.
Yes.
And it looked like, to your point, that it was going to be another disappointing game from the best player in the biggest moment in an elimination game. Celebrate Tyrese Maxey, who just goes off and hits 2 major threes in the final seconds of the 4th quarter. The second one, which sends it to overtime just inside half court.
What did you think of it? And it's Nick Nurse talks about it, is after the game, the shot selection at that point. He said that's one of the options, what Tyrese Maxey did. And Tyrese Maxey talks about the fact that he wasn't aggressive enough in Game 4. He wasn't doing the things that he needed to do. When he launched that shot, I'll say it flat out, he put up that shot. It was one of those ones where I'm like, what are you?
And then it goes in.
But what are you was coming out of my mouth and stopped because I was just dumbfounded.
I didn't say anything until it went in. Shefty, good morning. How are you today?
They're just having their way at that time. Just doing what they want, controlling the draft, manipulating it, letting it come, doing whatever it takes, knowing when to move, knowing when not to move. And, yeah, it's impressive to watch.
We all know that this Sixers team has fallen short with a lot of expectations, but we also know how talented this team is. Now, we're also seeing Maxey really grow into a max contract player, what he will get during this offseason. And you needed that because on a night where Joel Embiid had a bad game, big boy pants on, he had a bad game last night. He had his 1B step up and play out of his mind. And then it also helped, and I will once again give him his flowers, that Tobias Harris not only showed up in the first half, which is something he's done pretty much this entire series, but continued to play well in the second half.
He was so beaten up and so tired. He took 3 shots in the 4th quarter last night. He took 3 shots that ended him on his back
as
he drove the lane. And I said, I love that style of basketball. I love the physical basketball.
Well,
anyway.
this is when you start understanding the Allen Iverson comparisons. He's not Allen Iverson.
No, he's
all
not.
right, Allen Iverson is one of the greatest players in Sixers history, first ballot Hall of Famer, right? Tyrese Maxey still has a lot to do in order to even come close to touching what Allen Iverson was able to accomplish in his career. But Tyrese Maxey, when you start getting those comparisons of not afraid to go through, go into the lane, aggressive, and also not afraid for contact, Maxey gets thrown to the ground, lands on his back, and pops right up.
He ends up flat in his back.
Yeah.
And to me, the fearlessness, it's so funny is that when you talk about Allen Iverson, the number one word that I would use for him in his career was fearless.
Right.
I saw a fearless Maxey last night in two different ways. The fearlessness of physical contact. He doesn't give a flip. He stood up to it last night. But more importantly, the fearlessness of the moment.
All right, that's the Kincade Salciunas Key 3 best minutes from today's show. And now my 3 favorite minutes from today's show. The crossover with Bob Cooney.
Good morning, boys.
Good morning, Bobby.
What's happening?
Sixers survive.
Yeah, they did. My theme of my show on Monday was, is this a winning organization or not?
Mm-hmm.
And it stemmed from a friend calling me saying Joel Embiid's a loser.
Okay.
And I said no, and we talked it out for 15 minutes, and we came away with he's not a winner yet. As poorly as he played last night, and believe me, my family was screaming and hollering with every turnover.
9.
He took a step towards being a winner last night. I don't say that lightly. He took a step towards being a winner last night. And we'll get into a whole bunch of things that he did to make me say that.
After your discussion on Monday, we talked about it yesterday morning. And I said, the organization, from what Bob and Amy were talking about, has a chance to take a step towards that by this series.
They have to win this series.
Last night was a huge step towards that.
It was. And just, it's funny, I was writing in my notes, I said, man, I don't know if I've ever seen a win like this. Oh, wait, since game 2 of this series, I mean.
I saw a tweet right before the Key 3 that we just played, and I refreshed Twitter, and I lost it. And I apologize because I would love to give the person their just due, and I can't find it. Let me see if I can quickly type it up. They said, I've never seen a player be so unplayable. Here we go. It was from Sarit Sohi. She works for The Ringer.
Okay.
Embiid has been both unplayable and essential. Not sure I've ever seen that combo.
Yeah, that's where it is, and that's where it was last night. And there's so much to talk about. The way the New York Knicks doubled him last night, I thought was genius. I knew exactly what they're doing, but then when he wasn't doubled from below, from behind, he was very careless with the basketball, and you can't have that. And there was a lot of bad stuff going on. But like I said, that fourth quarter and overtime, he took a step towards being a winner in my book.
Who do you think's winning the chess match, real quickly, between the two coaches? Or do you think it's pretty much a draw right now?
I think it's pretty much a draw. I do. I like what he's doing against Embiid. But, look, Embiid took a step back and said, go ahead, Maxey, this is you. How many great picks did he set last night?
A ton. Well, that last play, the 3 to tie it.
Yep, on the logo.
Is that a quick play design, or do they know
They've run that a lot. Yeah, they practice that an awful lot. Quick inbounds play to get him that 3,
And
right
Mitchell
there.
Robinson sags off.
Why New York didn't fouls beyond me.
I don't understand
exactly.
why
You're up
There's
3.
a lot of stuff going on,
Amazing stuff, Bob. We can't wait to listen to that.
All right, boys.
All right, buddy. Support life-saving cancer research. Join us and our generous partner, H&H Heating and Air Conditioning. Why don't you make a donation today to the American Association for Cancer Research? You can do it at 975thefanatic.com/AACR, because cancer research saves lives.
All right, tomorrow we get you set now. This is the beauty of playoff basketball.
Yeah.
Whether you like it or not, tomorrow we get our blood pressure back up. We get you ready for Game 6 at the Wells Fargo Center. Don't sell those tickets! Kincade Salciunas.